1, 2.
Hey, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Camluck Classic Night. We've waited a while for this one, but it's great to have our signature event back at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Standing by right now, we have a country rock singer, songwriter, and musician from Exeter, Ontario. We have Graham Bedard. Born and raised in Clinton, Ontario, Graham has always been strongly involved with music and performing. From a young age, he started singing and performing karaoke with his father, and before he knew it, he had picked up the guitar, learned as many songs as possible, started writing his own music and performing just about wherever he could. So after being diagnosed with Tourette syndrome, OCD, and anxiety disorder at 12 years old, he found something incredibly therapeutic and calming when he was on stage performing. He quickly found that this was his calling in life and something that he was born to do. Fast forward to today. At 29 years old, Graham has released several singles that he has written, and which all have been broadcasted through FM radio as well as Sirius XM. So since 2019, he's had the honor of sharing the stage with popular musical names including the Washboard Union, David Wilcox, Jason Benoit, Eric Etheridge, and soon to be Kim Mitchell on June 4th at the Clinton Spring Fair starting at 8 p.m. So you can find Graham and follow his journey through his Instagram and Facebook at Graham Bedard Music. So on hand, I give you now Graham Bedard with our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all our sons command. With glorious hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Bedard, wonderful job. And Graham will be with us on track tonight, part of our Party on the Patio entertainment throughout the evening. So enjoy the sounds of Mr. Graham Bedard. Wonderful job with our national anthem. We are 17 minutes away from race 1 of 11 on this special Camluck Classic night in London. Stand by. In about 2 minutes, we'll come back with program changes. So once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. It's a Camluck Classic night here. The $150,000 feature race presented by Sealster Farms in race number 11. It's the return of the Forest City Pace, $50,000 purse for mares, presented by Mac Lily Farms up and into race 10. Tonight's card also featuring a City of London finals plus Ontario Sire Stakes action. It's a loaded and stacked racing card here for the harness horses in London. Program changes then for tonight's card. The first race, the HBI bet, pick 5 plays, $7,500 guaranteed pool there on race number 1. Number 7, Living on the Rail, put the blinkers on. Blinkers going on number 7 in the opener. Race 2 is clear. Third race starting up, and early pick 4. Early pick 4. $7,500 guaranteed pool. A key scratch. Number 1, Kicking Your Mass came out. Scratch the 1, Kicking Your Mass from race 3, that opening leg of an early pick 4. And races 4 through 11, just like that, there are no changes. Again, no more changes. Races 4 through 11 on tonight's race card. It's 18 Celsius, 64 Fahrenheit. Racing officials say we're beginning on a fast track this evening here at the Raceway. Fast track conditions for race number 1. We're 13 minutes away now. And again, we'll start up with Exactor, Try, Superfecta, a daily double plus that HBI bet. Pick 5 play, $7,500 guaranteed pool. Low take. It's the first of 4 City of London finals. It's for the boys on the trot in race number 1, opening up as the favorite number 1, Maple Leaf Bound. James MacDonald looking to get things off on the right foot here in the opener. Trained by Anthony Beaton, goes out for owner SSG Stables of North Boston, New York. Again, City of London finals, Ontario Sire Stakes action, the return of the Forest City Pace, presented by MacLily Farms, and it's the Camluck Classic, presented by Sealster Farms in race 11, our finale. Best of luck tonight. We're glad you're with us, and hope you got a T-shirt on the way in. Plenty of Camluck Classic T-shirts at the entrance on your way in. Okay, and as mentioned earlier this week, and maybe even into last week we were talking about it, we didn't have Robert Reed Jr. with us in track for this past Tuesday evening. He was saving it up for Camluck Classic night, and he has joined us on track this evening, and he is standing by here, and we're getting set to talk up the business of horse racing here in London tonight. Again, we're about 12 minutes, now 11 minutes away from race number 1. I believe Robert Reed Jr. standing by. Are you with us, Rob?
Love being on track here at the Raceway, and just a tremendous card tonight, isn't it? A little bit of a trek in, today,
right.
You know, Friday traffic and whatnot coming across, the city of Toronto. But the skies when we came in looked pretty bleak, but hopefully that all clears up, because I can't wait for the action tonight.
Right on. It was just over an hour ago when the skies did open up, but it was only briefly. Now, they dumped on us pretty good, but the racing officials are telling us right off the bat we're going to be starting on a fast track. So that's great to hear.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear. And kudos to the team here always, right? I mean, they're always quick to react and make sure the track's in tip-top shape for great cards like tonight.
One thing good about this track this time of year, it will take a lot of water. It did take a lot of water. The first turn, not so bad there right now. And again, the racing officials, happy to report, they are starting up at a fast track this evening. We've got that pick 5 play in the opener. That pick 5 play that we always try to chase after, because the payout is normally pretty good. And you know what? The stakes-filled card, City of London finals, and, there's probably going to be some key plays here and there, but there's always going to be something pop up along the way, right? We seen that down at Flamborough on their Charles Juravinski Memorial Cup night.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I was there that night for Costa TV, right. And I know that my tickets got blown up by a bomber here and there. Yeah. I did love Line Drive Hanover that night, but tonight I think that it looks a little bit formful, but there's a few opportunities where I think there might be some favorites that are beatable. So that's where I'm going to try to create value in those sequences.
Yeah, I know there's a few races where I went deep. It was right off the bat. I know you didn't go as deep, but the first couple of races for me, they're not really as wide open as the tote board might suggest. That it is the even money on the 1 Maple Leaf Bound. You do have James MacDonald hopping up there on that trotter for Anthony Beaton. There's some action as well at the 6 Mass Attack. I like that Mass Attack possibly for a sweep. Trevor Henry's coming in. This is what we're going to see. Lots of guys from the big track showing up here in London. Now, many of them have been here before. Trevor Henry has been a kingpin driver here for a number of years. So great to see these guys coming in, returning, and you know what? The biggest night of the year. Lots of big purses to chase after. So maybe now. Well, you know what? Let's touch on that Line Drive Hanover from Sunday evening now. The talk all week has been, how did they ever go 49 flat on that cool evening? And how did Desperate Man ever find that 2-hole from the 8 hole off the gate?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of all just fell into place, didn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
Line Drive Hanover, even speaking to James afterwards, kind of said that he didn't even know he could leave that well off the switch.
Tried him the week before,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, he did, and he said that he didn't, feel as great behind the
Right.
gate, but he said he felt so relaxed that he just wanted to blast him. And it just kind of shows you that sometimes you get worried about those middle posts and even the outside posts for Desperate Man, but if you've got that early foot, and we didn't expect to see it from a horse like Desperate Man, but if they can just get off the switch, things can kind of line up their way. And right off the hop, you kind of knew that was the way the race was going to finish.
If you could bet an exactor at the 8th pole, we know what we were all betting at that point. And it's it's great to see Line Drive Hanover, meant to be a really nice horse, and he's certainly showing it now. Desperate Man, I wasn't sure what to expect from him on the half miler, especially for early speed, but now that I've seen that, I want to see him a year from now here in London competing in our signature event.
Absolutely, yeah. It'd be great to see. I like to see both those horses, right? I mean, listen, I think that, maybe they've still got a little bit of developing to do, right, to take on the big boys and take on those horses that have gone beyond their fourth year of racing. But, yeah, I think that we'll see them in the near future.
Right on. So, 7 minutes to post time, race number 1, pick 5 play. We've got some ticket ideas. Is that where we want to go right now, Robert?
I think we should. Yeah, why not?
Let's go. I mentioned I've gone deep, so this is my case. Maple Leaf Bound, of course, one to consider there on the rail, second best to Mass Attack, who's trying for the City of London sweep. So the 1 and 6, definitely going to take the action here. I tried to find a few backup plans for some value. Maybe the 4, Come Home for Life. Dave Boughton now. I like this trotter. This horse closed up the third quarter in 27 and 4. Still came home 29 and 4. This horse made up a ton of ground and passed some horses in a big-time third quarter last time out. So any kind of speed battles in here could set it up for Boughton with that 4, Come Home for Life. Then the 8, the Champ. He's got one start like in 3-4 months now, but he was so good in that return race, and I know the holidays were high on him. They did not expect to see him win at 12-1, but you know what? He won more like a 3-5 shot in there. So for me in the opening leg, a 1-4, 6 and 8. I've gone deepest of all in race 2, Ontario Sire Stakes for the 3-year-old fillies. Over in the race number 3, 2, 3 and 8. The key scratch of 1, Kicking Your Mass. Kicking Your Mask comes out, so the rail opens up for PC Living a Dream. Trevor Henry hops on board. I like the chances for that. Larry's Girl would try for the sweep here, but has that trailing spot to contend with. My key play throughout this sequence, I'm going to chase after the 2, Guduan in race 4. Trevor Henry, I've got him pegged for a big night here in London. As mentioned, a kingpin driver for a number of years, and now doing his best work over at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 5th and final leg, I'm using 1, PL Porsche. 7, Lions Princess. They've both been winners in their City of London heats. And I believe if you want to play along with the ticket on the screen, it's a $24 price on a 20-cent wager. I'll hand it over to you now to set up your early pick 5, Rob, and then we can pick each other apart following that.
Well, listen, I like what you've done overall, but we have a different approach, Sugar. So I'm
do we ever?
a little bit different. I'm singling in the first leg in race 1, and it's my best bet of the night, the 6, Mass Attack. I really like the way this one raced last time on May the 20th, and now with Trevor aboard, I think even more so we'll see that speed off the gate. I'm not worried about post 6. I think that Mass Attack can clear them early, and from what I've seen, if he does, I think it's going to be lights out here in the opener. 3-2 on the board right now, no surprise there. Race 2 for me. I'm going to go thin as well with just the 4 and the 5, Addictive Behavior, and Do It for Josie. Do It for Josie is one I'm very fond of, my top choice in the race. I thought that she's had some nice efforts, last season on smaller tracks, so I'm good with that. And I'm going to leave the 7 Fade Out off. So throughout the night, you're going to see a trend with me.
Okay.
I'm really looking at horses that I know have either done well on a shorter track or not done so well. And Fade Out did have a nice start at Georgian Downs last season, but did make a break in her lone effort over a half-mile track. So I'm just going to go 4-5 in race 2, keep it skinny there.
Okay.
Race 3, the 2 and 8, the 2 PC Living a Dream is my top choice.
Right.
The 8 Layers Girl now becomes my second choice with the scratch of the 1 Kicking Your Mass. I'm really intrigued by PC Living a Dream. I don't think we're going to get that 4-1 morning line, though. I think we're going to see a lot more support for that one with Trevor aboard, and I agree with you. I mean, my best bet in the opener is Trevor Henry.
Right.
My top choice in the third is Trevor Henry. I've got a lot of Trevor throughout the night, and why not with the way he can get around this track.
Sure.
Race 4, your single Gouda 1, another Trevor Henry driven horse, is on my ticket, but my third choice in the race, I'm also using the 5 Ivory Hanover. This is one that I've followed very closely over at Mohawk Park. Last time, first over a long way. I think that, you know, if she can get away well from post 5, she can get the job done in there. But the 7 Better Double Flip has been facing against much tougher. It's just that post 7. But if anyone can navigate the trip from there, who is it? It's J-Mac. So I'm going to put Better Double Flip as my top choice and just go 3 deep in that one. And then in the money leg, well,
money leg.
I'm going to single. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to just hit this ticket a bunch of times.
Is that right, eh?
Because we're only at a ticket of $2.40, right, for a 20-cent bet. And I don't want to add another one in the 5th. The City of London Filly Mares final. PL Portia, so good in her opening leg, you know, has had that week off in between. Well, everyone else kind of, you know, still went back to war, at least the main contenders did. And Lions Princess, the only one that I thought had a chance to beat her, has post 7. So I'm just going to single PL Portia and hope that it's a big night for Lauren House and Ryan Clements.
That's right. They've got PL Portia, and they've got another colt later on in the program that is certainly attracting a lot of attention here over the last few weeks. Picks up a lot of attention on the Twitter feed as well. Top Colt. Ice House. All that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, wonderful job of setting up the early pick 5. I like your idea there in race 4, going to 2, 5, 7. I actually used those 3 from my early pick 4, but I couldn't lay them out there on the pick 5 because my ticket cost would just be outrageous, right? So, you got to know when to hold them at times here in London. We are now 2 minutes away from the first of 11. Again, nice to have you with us, Robert, on track for some commentary, maybe some winner's circle interviews as we go along as well.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get out there. You know, if the weather holds up nicely, we'll get out there and interview some drivers and connections after the races.
Right on. Sounds great. 2 minutes away from the Camluck Classic Night opener here in London. Maintaining favorite status. We'll call them co-favorites right now. The 1 Maple Leaf Bound, James McDonald, and the 6 Mass Attack, Trevor Henry. Stand by. The post parade will be coming up. As Robert Reed Jr. mentioned, his best bet selection comes up here in the opener. He's chasing after the 6 Mass Attack, trying for that City of London sweep. It's been gate to wire wins in each of his 2 London starts this season. And again, a win tonight would have him sweeping this City of London for the boys on the trot. Robert mentions an easy winner last time. I agree. He could go all the way again. I agree with that as well. Those Clements trotters are fairly honest around the half miler here in London. Trevor Henry with 6, Mass Attack, the best bet. Selection for Robert Reed Jr. here in the opener, as mentioned. Post parade coming right up. Stand by. Alrighty, folks, here's the post parade. First of 11, Emma Christoforou on board. Paid a pony here tonight as our parade marshal. So, the Trotters for a City of London final. These are the boys, Maple Leaf bound on the rail. 3-year-old son of Angus Hall here for SSG Stables of North Boston, New York. Anthony Beaton training. James McDonald on board. Number 2, Timeout Shamrock. It's going to be Tyler Moore tonight for Paul Lindsay. The trainer's Don Lindsay. More to come here. Number 3, it's Guinness. Guinness coming off the mild upset victory for Back Stable, the Cavalier Stable, going to the show stable in Ken Bax. John Bax training, Matthew Bax in the sulky. Come home for life, like this one for Paul Lindsay. Don Lindsay training, Dave Boughton up. Jody Jameson driving 5, Energizer DeVee for Landmark 14, along with Bertrand Gillespie stable. BC Reichel, the stables. Sean Stacy conditions. Here's a best bet selection for Robert Reed Jr. It's number 6, Mass Attack. Trevor Henry gets the call for Peter Clements and Barry Clagus. It's Peter doing the training. Outside chance for 7, Living on the Rail. Ed Hensley for Burke Racing Stable LLC and Weaver Buscemi LLC. Ashley Hensley training. The blinkers go on 7, Living on the Rail here. And from the trailing spot, 8, the Champ, Caroline Holiday, the owner breeder. Dave Holiday trains Anthony Hahn, pilots number 8, the Champ. We go 7 on gate, plus the trailer here in London. It's the Exactor, Try, Superfecta, Daily Double, and the popular, very popular HBI Bet Pick 5 play up front, $7,500 guaranteed pool, low 15% take. Best of luck in race 1. Best of luck all night long. Current pool for the Pick 5 already well up and over $12,000 here. Average Pick 5 pool on the early end. It's been over $11,000 all meet. This is a go-to wager. We feature a pair of Pick 4s and a pair of Pick 5s. There's an early Pick 4 beginning in race 3. A late Pick 5 begins in race 7, and then in race 8, it's the start of our late Pick 4. Those are go-to wagers in London, including the high 5 plays, the non-jackpot super high 5s taking place in races 5 and 11 tonight. The high 5s, the pools always pay out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus the low 15% takeout. countdown clock is on, and we are inside of a minute now. Less than a minute wagering time on this early pick five. Again, that pick five pool swelling up at over $13,000. Final call for wagers on this race one, City of London final. Seconds away. One final look there at the one Maple Leaf Bound. This one opened up as the favorite. Now is a 2-1 second choice. James MacDonald, fresh off that 149 flat Canadian record on the half-mile track aboard Line Drive Hanover this past Sunday evening over at Flamborough Downs. He is with us all night long, and it's a busy night for James MacDonald in the sulky on this Camluck Classic night. We'll see him later on in the program, of course, with the Canada's pacing queen, So Much More. She's been here before. She was here in 2019 to win an Ontario Sire Stakes event. She is competing in the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms up and in race number 10 for the Beatsons as well as Cole England. James MacDonald on 6, So Much More. But before that, he's got to drive on 1, Maple Leaf Bound. Then 2, Time Out Shamrock. 3 is Guinness. 4, Come Home for Life. 5 is Energizer DeVee. 6 is Mass Attack. 6-5 fave here. Living on the Rail Post 7. The trailing spot for 8, the Champ. The first of 4 City of London finals. It's the return of Camluck Classic Night, our signature event here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Here is race 1. It starts right now. They're up. Mass Attack. Out early there for Trevor Henry along the inside. Maple Leaf Bound. Maple Leaf Bound, though, did not make turn 1. Went to the safety lane on the gallop. That leaves Mass Attack, a clear early leader here. The Champ gets the 2-hole ride. Time Out Shamrock got away in 3rd. 4th best for Guinness. Next in line to be 5th, we've got Come Home for Life. Then it was Energizer DeVee. And next to last now, Living on the Rail. Back down trotting, though gapped off the first turn breaker. Maple Leaf Bound. 28-4 was the comfortable opening quarter here for the odds-on choice. Mass Attack being left alone here. The Champ. Bravening up here for Hahn at 12-1. Staying in there 3rd. Time Out Shamrock. Rolling and patrolling on the outside and 4th. There goes Come Home for Life for Boughton. Jody picks up that cover with Energizer to be getting shuffled here is Guinness. Setting it up 3rd over Living on the Rail and still a gapped up Maple Leaf Bound after the halftime up in 59-2. Mass Attack still going forward, still unchallenged with just about 3/8 left to go. The Champ has been tracking every step of the way. Come Home for Life keeps on coming, has just taken 3rd. Time Out Shamrock 4th, a 2nd over toe up in 5th for Energizer to be going up by 3/4. Mass Attack to get them there, hightailing it outside in 2nd. Come Home for Life. The Champ will need some daylight there in 3rd. 128-4 for 3/4. Mass Attack still coming. Come Home for Life. 3 wide side. Energizer DeVee, and he's 50-1. Locked in a box here in 4th. The Champ swinging for home. And in the early going, it's still Mass Attack. He wanted every call. He's gotten every call. And he's almost there. Mass Attack for a City of London sweep. Trevor Henry on board for Peter Clements, punching through for the deuce, the Champ. It was close for 3rd, 159 flat. Mass Attack here at 4-5 does not disappoint. Solid opener for Camluck Classic Night. Over $70,000 wagered on the opener. The pick 5 pool, $26,000 plus. Odds on favorite. Mass Attack to start things up. He just holds on over the Champ at 12-1. And tonight we'll welcome our Winner's Circle attendees, Marta and Sophia, looking after our Winner's Circle folks this evening, the blanket presentations as well. If you happen to be coming across the track tonight for Winner's Circle presentations, please wait for your cue there from one of our wonderful ladies, Sophia, Marta, operating the Winner's Circle here this evening with the blanket presentations. On his way back, Mass Attack, a 3-year-old round-gut outside of Muscle Mass, had a pair Snickety by Credit Winner, owned and bred by Peter Clements and Barry Clagus. Peter does the training. Trevor Henry recruited to drive this one to a City of London sweep. All 3 victories, gate to wire. Mass Attack has fallen in love with London. Mass Attack coming back. His 3rd career victory, all 3 wins since May 13th, right here in the Forest City of Ontario. Mass Attack coming back, and as mentioned, a blanket presentation. Christine Stapleton of Tourism London on hand for this blanket presentation. In goes Mass Attack. The betting public got behind this one in the early going, returning $3.90. Exactor $53.40. The dollar try came back at $291.20. Dollar super $1,218.50, and the 20-cent superfecta worth $243.70. There it is, folks. There he is, your champ on the trot for a City of London sweep. Congratulations. So again, we're official here. Maple Leaf Bound finished 8th. Time Out Shamrock 6th. Guinness was 5th. Come Home for Life 4th. Energizer to V was 3rd at 50-1. Mass Attack a winner. Living on the Rails 7th. The Champ was 2nd best. Fractions of 28-4. 59-2. 128-4. Mile of 159 flat. Excellent rating there on board. Trevor Henry with Mass Attack in a City of London final. Congratulations. I appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Just a slight glitch here for the pays do get posted. I can repeat them. $3.90 for the win ticket on 6 Mass Attack. The 6-8 exactor for $53.40. Dollar try 6, 8, and 5. $291.20, and the superfecta for $1. $1,218.50 for that 6, 8, 5, 4 combination. The 20-cent superfecta, it's worth $243.70. So just a slight glitch there for the prices getting posted there in race number 1. We hope to have them up there very soon. Race 2 up next. It's Ontario Sire Stakes action for 3-year-old fillies on the pace. A grassroots Leg 1 division for a purse of $21,800. Exactor try. Superfecta the start of a 20-cent pick 3. Field of 7 noses all on gate for Ontario Sire Stakes action up next. 5 minutes now, 5 minutes to post time here for the upcoming second race. Again, we're on the pace for Ontario's Sire Stakes action. It's 3-year-old fillies, Grassroot, lag 1 for an exactor try, superfecta, the start of a popular pick 3 play. Race number 1 got a little bit closer than we thought. Hey, by ahead, number 6, Mass Attack, as number 8, the Champ was punching on through at double-digit odds. So Trevor Henry to the winner's circle right off the bat on this Camluck Classic night. The winner's circle where Trevor Henry has been so many times here over the years. And race 2 up next, Ontario's Sire Stakes action. And Trevor on the morning line favorite, number 7, Fade Out. 3 minutes away, the post parade, very soon. There you can see the horses and drivers leaving from across the road. They'll be underneath the tunnel and coming out on Post Parade here shortly. Just a glitch with our graphics here in the early going. The Post Parade is coming up, and possibly no graphics here for this Post Parade. We'll hope to have that rectified very soon. Here is the Post Parade then. Ontario Sire Stakes action. 3-year-old fillies on the pace. Grassroots leg 1. The one, Miss Motivate. Tyler Moore driving for Rick Ziron Stables along with James Walker, Howard Taylor, and John Donato. Rick Ziron trains. Number 2, Bob McClure up on Better Sing It for Anthony Beaton and Dave Mercer. Anthony trains. William Johnstone and William Gillen sharing ownership at number 3, Girl Scout Cookie. Travis Henry for trainer Joe Pereira. And again, we thank Emma Christoforou on board the Painted Pony, our parade marshal on track tonight. Here is a look at number 4, Addictive Behavior. This is for Mickey Sudar and Arpad Zabo, trained by Brett Lester, Louis Philippois. Gilles Cowett, along with Rene Barassa, share the ownership on 5, Do It for Josie. Rene Barassa training Jody Jameson in the bike. Then James McDonald on 6, Bikini Genie for Hut Racing Stable, along with Blake McIntosh. Blake trains. And then the outside chance for 7, Fade Out. It's Greg McNair, Dean Lockhart, McKinley and Fielding sharing ownership with Greg training. Trevor Henry trying to come right back in here. 7 pacers then. Ontario Sire Stakes action. Presentation to follow here in race number 2. The Exactor Try Super, the start of a popular pick 3 play. Good luck. Already, Robert Reed Jr. we caught up with just before the opener with pick 5 ticket ideas. Now we're going to talk up some horses here in race number 2. My top selection, Rob, I know you've looked elsewhere for your top 2, but my top selection, I'll stick to it. I'll stick to my guns here when I said Trevor Henry appears to be in line for a pretty big night in London. Well, he got things off on the right foot with Mass Attack, put that horse on the lead, and make no mistake, that horse earned that victory because the 8th, the Champ, he was closing up very strong.
Yeah, and a perfect trip too, right, from the Champ. And listen, I loved, his chances, my best chances right off the gate, right? I mean, he was flying off the gate, and then when Maple Leaf Bound made a break on the inside, I felt pretty good about our chances. Obviously, got a little bit close late in the mile, but still 4-5 winner to start off the card, and one that I singled in the pick 5. So hopefully we'll move on now.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had 7 here. Now we're looking at the 5. Do It for Josie. Jody Jameson. He was in play with a 50-1 bomber turning for home in the opener. So Jody is going to be in play here all night.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think he's got a good one here and Do It for Josie, one that I was really fond of at the age of 2. And so far this year, some solid efforts. A winner 2 back and an SPOA eligible race came up the inside late to win by a head. Obviously the final was in a little bit snug there with the likes of Silver Label. And we know this one can get around a half, 1 for 3 on a half in her
big
career.
filly.
Yeah, she still handles the half-mile surface pretty well. So I think she's a bit of an overlay right now on the board. I would say she's probably the best value in my opinion, and my top choice.
Right on. Another one you've got pegged in here, maybe the 4, Addictive Behavior, even money right now. We're looking at 3, Girl Scout Cookie. I've got this one pegged in my exactor. Price appears to be right on this one. Got over the half at Flamborough on 55-4 there on May 14th, and some pretty good trips over your way at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, I'm talking about one that likes the short track. Well, 4 starts in her career and 2 wins in 2 seconds. So I think we're going to see her put into play early in here. And again, like you had mentioned, speaking of overlays, 9-1 right now on Girl Scout Cookie. That's a much bigger price than what she should be.
I have always loved my Girl Scout cookies. Just saying. Just saying. Here's a look at Louis Philippois with number 4, Addictive Behavior, to complete your exactor with number 5.
Yeah, she's really been, really good. Well, 2 and 3 back anyway since moving to the barn of Brett Lester. Last time you can forgive her for it. I mean, that's in against older horses as well. She made a break in stride. So I guess my concern is how does she get around the surface here in London. But you know, those two efforts, I think anything close to those two would put her in the winner's circle against this group. So I think one that you have to, you know, respect in here, but obviously short on the board right now and not offering much value.
Out of the four we've talked about, out of the 3, 4, 5, and 7, that 4 horse, she looks the best. On parade, I'm just saying she does look really good with Louis Philippe, the bit in her mouth. She had 2 nice victories, pretty much gate to wire, the 2 starts prior to where she run last time out. Again, you mentioned she was in against older horses, but what's the body language saying here on number 5? Do it for Josie. Again, she's big, she's kind of thick, and you mentioned she can get around the half, and she's holding that 4-1 value.
Yeah, I've always liked Do It for Josie. Interestingly enough, when she came out at 2 at the same time for as Love That Smile for the barn of Rene Brasso, and I thought she was the better of the 2. Now that didn't pan out. Love That Smile went on to much better things, but I still think Do It for Josie's a very capable filly, and I think you know, tonight, you know, she might prove that out there. I think she looks good on the track, and again, like you said, she's a big filly, but she gets around a half very well.
I'm thinking if she could find a place up close, that's where I would like to see a big filly like this. When they're big like that, I'm not sure what kind of good closing speed they have.
Yeah, no, I think she's got to get off the switch, no doubt about it, and I think that's going to be the plan for Jody.
All righty, wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr. setting up Ontario Sire Stakes action here for race number 2. We've got Miss Motivate, Better Sing It, Girl Scout Cookie, Addictive Behaviors in the center, then Do It for Josie, Bikini Genie, Fade Out for 7 Noses, All on Gate, top of the stretch. Pacing fillies, pickup speed. Here they come. Off and pacing in the center. Addictive Behavior left first. Girl Scout Cookie's going to be up close along the inside. Also put in play in the early going. Do It for Josie. She's just taken 3rd. Miss Motivate racing at a 4th. On by that opening 8th. Addictive Behavior working to try and get around a stubborn Girl Scout Cookie, who's actually going with. Pocketing up there into 3rd was Do It for Josie. Opening quarter-mile leader. It's a stretched out Addictive Behavior at even money. Fronting through that station deceptively quick, 27 and 2. We've got Bullet Speed here in the early going. Addictive Behavior for Wah on top. Girl Scout Cookie to track from 2nd. Do It for Josie, thinking about it 3rd. Do It for Josie, peeking to the outside for Jameson, and she's going. Tracking the cover outside will be Better Sing It, getting shuffled. Miss Motivate setting it up 3rd over was Fade Out. Treading the field, Bikini Genie. It's going to be 3 in. It's going to be 4 out here in the 2nd. 56 and 4 halftime. Addictive Behavior all in here in the early going. Do It for Josie. Grit grinding away here in 2nd. 3rd and in for Girl Scout Cookie. 3 wide on the outside. There goes Fade Out from 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. 2nd, now leading for Trevor Henry. A 9-5 swoop of the field. Fade Out took control. Off stride went the 4. Addictive Behavior. She went to the safety lane. 3/4 teamed and beamed in 1:26 flat. It is Fade Out on top. Another breaker and confusion. Bikini Genie jumped it off, taking Better Sing It out of it. 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Trevor Henry appears to be coming right back here with Fade Out. Fade Out by 2. Make it 3. Do It for Josie. We'll try to hold 2nd against Girl Scout Cookie. It's the Trevor Henry show so far. Fade Out in Ontario Sire Stakes action. Do It for Josie 2nd. Girl Scout Cookie 3rd. Then came Miss Motivate. 1:54 and 4. Fade Out. It's the odd number to superfecta here. 7, 5, 3, and 1. 7, 5, 3, 1. Couple of favorites and a couple of long shots involved in the superfecta here. It's the first of many Ontario Sire Stakes events this evening. We're racing 3-year-old fillies on the pace, grassroots, leg 1 divisions. Here's Fade Out coming back. Fade Out, the 3-year-old daughter of Sports Writer. Out of Fade by Shadow Play. Bred by Terra Hills Stud Limited of Port Perry, Ontario. Greg McNair, Dean Lockhart, McKinley and Fielding sharing ownership. Greg McNair training. Here's Trevor Henry driving for the Daily Double. Fast Mile for the filly. Fade Out gave them the backside business. She got home and she's cooled in 154-4. Scoring here is the second choice at 9-5. Blanket presentation here, Ontario Sire Stakes. Sandra Snyder, Kevin Allen are with us this evening. The Ontario Sire Stakes sheet going on. Fade Out, who takes the grassroots leg 1 division for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. And again, that is a Trevor Henry Daily Double here right off the bat in London. Congratulations. Great looking filly, that Fade Out, daughter of Sports Writer out of the Shadow Play Dam Fade. She's a 9-5 winner here. Race 2 has gone official. Again, race 2 has gone official now with a 7-5, 3-1, 580 to win for Fade Out. That exactor were 1640. Dollar try 24.65. The superfecta for $1 266.35. It's a 20 center worth 53.27. And that early Daily Double, the Trevor Henry Daily Double, comes back at 12.60, and that's all right. Miss Motivate was 4th. Better Sing It 5th. Girl Scout Cookie 3rd. Addictive Behavior 6th. Do It for Josie 2nd best. Bikini Genie was 7th. Fade Out, your race winner. 27-2. 56-4. 126. It's a mile of 154-4. Fade Out, her 3rd career victory, her first on the season. Top down 4-5-3. 6-2. 7-1. Race 3 up and coming. City of London final for the girls on the trot. Key Scratch, number 1, Kick in Your Mask comes out. Scratch the 1, Kick in Your Mask from the 3rd. Exactor, Try, Superfecta. Here comes another go-to wager, being the Pick 4. $7,500 guaranteed pool, low take. 12 minutes to think about it. Alrighty, folks. So we've got about 6 minutes wagering time. The upcoming third is next. It's another City of London final. This time it's for the girls on the trot. And we've got Robert Reed Jr., who has joined us on track tonight. And anytime we've got the multi-leg wagers, we talk up tickets. We're going to talk up this early pick 4, starting things out here. And hey, we mentioned it right off the hop. Trevor Henry in line for what could be a big night, and already 2 for 2, right?
Yeah, I had needed to have more faith in Mr. Henry in that one,
yeah.
Sugar. Listen,
Kingpin.
He is, and I see a lot of that on Twitter right now. Everyone's saying he's the king of the half, and
yeah.
Listen, Trevor is. I wasn't sure Fade would get around it, but what a move she made down the backside there. So I think we can dispel that theory that she can't get around the half-mile surface.
A lot of these 3-year-old fillies, probably 95% of them here tonight, these 3-year-old pacing fillies for Ontario Sire Stakes action, they're making their Raceway debuts. We did not race 2-year-olds here last season that I know of, and if they haven't been here yet this season as 3-year-olds, they're all making their Raceway debuts. So you know what, when they're showing that big track at Woodbine Mohawk Park coming in, and they're all Woodbine Mohawk Park, it's very tough to gauge how they're going to do over London, right?
It is, yeah, especially from the outside post like that, right?
Yeah.
Post 7, and I liked what Trevor did early. He tried to leave out a bit. As soon as he saw everyone leaving on the inside, he just took back and waited to make his move. And when he did, boy, did she ever respond. Nice.
Trevor, he hasn't driven much here in the last few years, but he's probably got more experience over this track than any driver that's racing here tonight.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, right? And it's like riding a bike, right? I'm pretty sure Trevor would say that. You don't forget,
Right,
and proof's in the pudding tonight, right? Sweeping the early daily double.
Yeah, that's great to see. Okay, and a real good possibility of going 3 for 3 tonight. He's on board a number 2 PC Living a Dream here on the rail, and I love this horse's chances, especially now inheriting the rail as the morning line favorite, has scratched out of here. So PC Living a Dream for me is my top selection. I'll also include the 3 Completed Promise. Louis Philippois hops on board. Bert Renault normally on that trotting daughter of Craze. So Louis gets the catch driving assignment on board 3 Completed Promise. And then you've got Larry's Girl, who's a 6-time winner. Most, if not all of those victories are here in London this season. She will try to sweep the City of London series, but it gets tougher from that trailing spot 8. Just touch briefly on that, Rob. You want your nose on gate in these finals.
Yeah, I've got a hard time with the trailing post, and I do have Larry's Girl picked for second. Things really have to work out for you, right? Especially, when we've got, the big money down and we got the drivers, coming from the big track. There's a lot less space out there, Yeah. So we saw it work out for the Champ, got a 2-hole trip and almost got there in the opener. But it kind of takes a special kind of trip, and one that you can certainly, number one, you need speed in front of you. Number 2, you've got to have a horse that will be willing to put their nose on a helmet.
Right on. Okay, we can see your ticket there. You're using 2 and 8. And production, we can just stay on Robert's ticket now to go into leg number 2 here, that being race 4. I mentioned to you, Robert, I did key up that Goodawon in the 4th leg of the early pick 5, but I did go with you in that 4th race using 2, 5, and 7 in there. They seem to be the players.
I think so, yeah. Every Hanover's one, like I said, I've been tracking this horse at Mohawk Park, and one that I think kind of just keeps getting better, and she got better with each start last season. I think we'll see that again this season from her. So she's one I have to have on my ticket. And the 7 better double flip, listen, it just depends how the trip works out, right? Anytime a horse has a 7-hole here, it's all going to be trip dependent. But I think that, she might be the best one in the race if she gets a decent journey.
Okay, and over there into race number 5, you have keyed up PL Porsche, Lauren House, training and driving. She was an easy winner there, and matching, I believe, the track record for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Well, no, seasons mark for 3-year-old pacing fillies on the half-mile tracks in Canada. 56 and 3. Lions Princess also did the same mile on that same night.
Yeah, and I think those are the obvious 2, but you've got one with the rail and one with post 7, right? And I just think PL Porsche, from that pole position is going to blast out of there, control the race, and I haven't really seen anything from her that would tell me that this isn't in a spot that she can just go out there and dominate wire to wire. So, I'm on the Lauren House and Clements bandwagon, that.
Yeah.
And I think they've got a good chance to take down 2 of these City of Londons.
That final leg, you're on the 3, 5, and 7 now. That 5, Girl in a Tavern, I watched her all last summer on Prince Edward Island. Nice big filly for the Maritimes as a 2-year-old. Now she's here in Ontario, and they all kind of have that same size. But she's a very nice filly. She's been knocking on the door, right? Girl in a Tavern adding Lasix for this tonight in race 6.
Yeah, I've been chasing her quite a bit at
me
Mohawk
too, me
Park.
too.
And it's one of those ones where you start wondering, are you kind of just, maybe overly fond of one, and you just kind of keep coming back to them even though they let you down. But I think this looks like a great spot for her. We know she loves the half-mile surface,
Right.
7 for 10 lifetime on it. And I just think that, she can really emerge victorious in there. And I did go use a couple others. 3 Power of an Angel, love the effort here. 3 back. Momentarily, I think is 1 second start back of a layoff, can definitely take a step forward. Velvet Stinger, I'm leaving off the ticket. Not the, the best going of horse sometimes, and a little bumpy gated at the end of her mile last time at Mohawk Park. Again, one I'm kind of hesitant over the smaller
I was
track.
going to ask you why you didn't put the 200 ticket, because I had to play Velvet Stinger off that last line, but now I didn't watch the race. I'm just looking at the chart line where she's home 54, but you say she got bumpy gated on the end.
A little bit, yeah. Maybe she's a funny going horse, but listen, I was wrong about Fade Out, so I can certainly be wrong about Velvet Stinger as well.
Right on. Robert Reed Jr., his early pick 4 ticket idea. So I guess we're going to see a post parade here soon. And again, we appreciate your patience, folks. We're having a little trouble with our graphics. We hope to get them back in play here very soon. But you know what? The graphics are no graphics. The racing's been great so far. Trevor Henry going 2 for 2, and he's got an honest to good shot at going 3 for 3 should number 2 PC, Living a Dream, open up this early pick 4 here in race number 3. The post parade coming right up, 7-5 currently on 2 PC, Living a Dream, inheriting that rail advantage. Then the 8 Larry's Girl trying for the series sweep, currently 2-1, 3-1 action for number 3 Completed Promise as Louis Philippois goes on board in place of Bert Renault for trainer Julie Walker. Getting set to post parade the starters here. Before we get to them, Emma Christoforou. Wonderful to have Emma with us tonight on board the Painted Pony, our parade marshal throughout this evening's Camluck Classic night card. 11 races on tap. We've already seen 2. We've seen Trevor Henry in the winner's circle both times. He'll get a great shot with number 2 PC, Living a Dream, right here, currently at 9-5. The Trotters on post parade. This is the City of London final for the girls. Purse $25,000 plus. Here is number 2 PC, Living a Dream, going out for owner, trainer, breeder Peter Clements. Trevor Henry in the sulky. Completed Promise number 3, owned by Stephen Titus. It's trained by Julie Walker, driven tonight by Louis Philippois. Peter Clements owning, training, breeding. Number 4, PC Massive Dream. Curtis Clements is in the sulky. Then the 5, Kilmartin Passion. Tyler Borth driving for Betty McKinnon. Betty the breeder. The trainer is Ashley Duford. Number 6, Calm, Cool, Collected, James McDonald for Mark Stacey, Hudson Standardbred Stable Inc., Landmark 14 and AK Malik Stable, Sean Stacey trains. Magnolia Lane, number 7, Natasha Day for Jeff Boyd, Jefferson Davis and Ken Ward, Melissa Lamoureux conditions. And then the trailing spot for 8, Larry's Girl. Larry's Girl will try for the City of London sweep for a numbered Ontario Inc. And Jody McClure, trained by Francis Guillemette, Jason Ryan on board for the drive. We'll leave you with Robert Reed Jr. to set up the action here for race number 3, City of London final for the girls on the trot.
Race. Oh, we good? Tell me when. Race number 3 coming up, folks. City of London final on the trot for fillies and mares. And in this one, I'm going to number 2, PC Living a Dream. I'm looking for the sweep of the first 3 races for Trevor Henry. And this one, I just think one that's an improving type. Last time, real nice effort to be second. Did disappoint as the 1-2 favorite, but only missed by a neck on the wire. Now inherits the pole position tonight, and I think we're going to see this one move forward off the gate and be difficult to beat. So PC Living a Dream is one that I do go to as my top selection in here. You know, Larry's Girl, obviously one you have to respect, and seeing that one on screen right now, one that you have to respect in here, but the trailing post is one that, you know, might be a little bit difficult for any horse. She was a winner from it, though, on April the 1st, so didn't have too much trouble with it on that occasion. But one that's gone to the lead in 4 of her last 5, and this time around is going to have to work out some kind of a trip anyways. She does get to follow up my top selection, the 2, PC Living a Dream, so it might get spotted well off the gate, but I do think that, for me, I would lean to the 2, PC Living a Dream right now. 3-2 versus 2-1. Still would go in that direction. Just floating up now to 2-1 on the 2, PC Living a Dream. The 3, Completed Promise is one that's intriguing. Louis-Philippe Roy jumps aboard for the first time, and you know, right now taking support at 4-1, and I just a little bit disappointed in the effort last time. Went to the lead, got things her own way, and really couldn't go with them when the chips were down in the stretch. Ended up getting beat by 6 lengths to Kicking Your Mask. Now that one scratched out of this race, but I do think that Completed Promise could have finished that one off a little bit better. And 2 back, decent effort to be 4th, but I think we're going to have to see Louis-Philippe Roy step this one up significantly if we're going to see her in the winner's circle this evening. Other ones to think about, well, right now we got Trevor Henry on the screen. That's my top selection, PC Living a Dream, and just staying calm and relaxed out there right now on the inside of the pylons. And you know, one that hasn't made any miscues yet. 2 starts over the big track at Mohawk Park, and last time, obviously, that nice effort to be second here at the Raceway. One that you might want to consider underneath, the 6, Calm, Cool, Collected. James McDonald aboard this one, and last time made a break in stride, but was, you know, bet down to 2-1. And I'll always say that if you were on that one last time at a short price, you've got to come back to that one again this time around at a much bigger number on the board. And of course, you get J-Mac, you know, leading driver at Mohawk Park, and one that might be able to raise her game this evening. 2 back, finished 3rd, and wasn't beaten too much to Larry's Girl and Kicking Your Mask. So, you know, Calm, Cool, Collected, one that for me would be more so a play underneath in the exotics, but you know, looking right now on the track, looks calm, cool, and collected. So one you might want to throw in on the bottom end of your exotic wagers. But, you know, for me, I'm going to stick with the 2, PC Living a Dream. And I think obviously the price is a little bit shorter than would have liked to seen on this one, but obviously a lot has changed with the scratch of the one kicking your mass. So for me, I'm going to stick with that one, my top choice in the race, and one that I'm hoping can get down for the start of the early pick four. We are just moments away from the third race, the final of the City of London for filly mares on the trot.
Yeah, 2 with Trevor Henry on board, PC Living a Dream. Looking very nice and loose prior to the race, Robert.
Yeah, I think so. And, listen, you've got to love the fact that Trevor's already won the first two.
Yeah,
and
he's loose.
And now he inherits the rail. Trevor doesn't like to give up many spots from that position. And I'd be shocked if we don't see this one pointed forward tonight.
You bet. Here we go then. It's the City of London final for the girls on the trot. Purse $25,000 plus. The gate is moving. On the upper turn, PC Living a Dream, Completed Promise, PC Massive Dream, then Kilmartin Passion, Calm Cool Collected, Magnolia Lane for 6 starters on the gate. One trailer in the back tier, Larry's Girl, trying for the City of London sweep. They're picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, it's a killer crossover for Calm, Cool, Collected, and James McDonald. They take early control. PC, Living a Dream, just floating on out of there from that rail position, but already peeking to the outside now as they bend on by that opening 8th. PC, Living a Dream, and Trevor Henry wants control. He's got it here with the 1-2 choice. PC, Living a Dream. She's up on the outside and to the top. This daughter of Royal T for life, breezing through that opening quarter mile in 29-2, all alone trotting second. Calm, Cool, Collected, a gapped off third for Completed Promise, and a midfield fourth. Off stride in the 2-hole, Calm, Cool, Collected. She spoiled her 2-hole ride. She's on the gallop, so racing out of third now. Larry's Girl down in front of us. They travel. PC Living a Dream, full of herself here on the front end mission. She's on top by 3.5 lengths, and she appears to have a ton of trot left after a half of 59-1. She was 29-4 through that second frame. PC Living a Dream, second best. Completed Promise a little bit closer now at a third. Came a Larry's Girl. It's a gap of some 8 lengths to PC Massive Dream in fourth. Fifth best for Kilmartin Passion, then Magnolia Lane, and distanced off of this group, Calm, Cool, Collected. Down the backstretch, second and final time, PC Living a Dream is leading. Larry's Girl now reaching up on the wheel of this leader, 3/4 up in 1:28-3. PC Living a Dream still selling it here, trying to buy it is a Larry's Girl. She's right on the saddle cloth now of the pace setter, watching this battle from third. Completed Promise, they make the swing. PC Living a Dream still going forward. Larry's Girl just won't go away. In fact, she's coming on. In fact, she's shoving ahead in front. Larry's Girl, PC Living a Dream on the line together. Only a picture will decide it. Finishing third, Completed Promise. Wow, that was so close. If I had to call a dead heat, it's a possibility there. 1:58-4. Anyway you slice it, it's either going to be new marks for both, a maiden mark for PC Living a Dream, or a new trotting speed badge for Larry's Girl. Too close to call on my end. An exciting stretch drive in a City of London final. Here we are in the slow-mo again. This got so close. Number 2, PC Living a Dream, all in. Larry's Girl trying for the City of London sweep. These two are absolutely on the line together. Maybe the 2, PC Living a Dream. She got a little bit crooked too at the finish line. It is 2, PC Living a Dream for the victory here. And Trevor Henry is in for 3. 2, 8, 3, and 4. It's unofficial. So again, it's another City of London blanket presentation coming up here. Christine Stapleton of Tourism London with us for the blanket presentations throughout the night. Sophia and Marta looking after the winner's circle, those folks attending it, and the blanket presentations. And so far, Trevor Henry has got reserved set up on the winner's circle here tonight. Nobody has been to the winner's circle tonight except for Trevor Henry. He's now 3 for 3. That's 2 City of Londons plus an Ontario Sire Stakes event. Here he comes back with PC Living a Dream, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Royalty for Life, at a PC Dreams by Incredible Abe, owned, trained, and bred by Peter Clements of Dobbinton. This would be the maiden victory. She's never been to the winner's circle before, so why not make it a City of London final win on Camluck Classic night at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Again, first career victory here for PC Living a Dream, and she's handling it like a pro. Her maiden mark will become 158-4. PC Living a Dream. Again, she's never been to the winner's circle before, so she's just feeling things out here. She's never had a blanket presentation, of course, never been to the winner's circle before, but here she comes. She's just taking her time. She's feeling things out, folks. PC Living a Dream enters Victory Lane here in London on Camluck Classic night. The blanket presentation, as mentioned, Christine Stapleton of Tourism London, and it's a City of London blanket presentation. PC Living a Dream trots to a maiden mark of 158-4, and again, Trevor Henry for the driving triple, and for sure, you know, he's not done yet. Congratulations. PC Living a Dream, she was the favorite to win, paying $3. Exactor were 6 even. Dollar try, $8.55. The Super for a buck, $34.65. The 20 center, it's worth $6.93. We're going to send things down to Robert Reed Jr. He's got winning driver of 3 already, Mr. Trevor Henry. He's going to chat things up here with Robert Reed Jr., so stand by for a Winner's Circle interview live from London.
All right, trackside here with Trevor Henry. Well, 3 races so far, Trevor, on the card. You've won all of them. Just another day at the office for Trevor Henry?
Oh, I don't know about that. It's nice to feel like James McDonald for once.
I was going to, ask you about, obviously, you drive mostly now at Mohawk Park, but you do still dabble into the half-mile services, and you've dominated these, over the years. Is it like riding a bike coming back?
Yeah, I know this track well. Been around it so many times that, yeah, I know my way around here.
And, tonight you're picking up, 3 drives, horses that you haven't driven before. What goes into the process in preparing for that and kind of, figuring out what the action plan might be?
Well, they're trained by 2 good trainers, like Pete Clements. He's a great horseman with young trotters, and Greg's great with the young 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. He's one of the top trainers in the OSS program. So when you drive for them guys, they usually have them ready.
And, 2 wins on the front end, and then obviously the other one with Fade Out making a move on the backside. How do you think the track's playing tonight so far?
I think you can win from anywhere out here tonight. This track's fast, and as long as we don't get any more rain, it should be good all night.
All right, and I've got to ask you, in the Camluck Classic tonight, you've got This Is the Plan, second-tier starter. I've got to ask, what is the plan with This Is the Plan?
You got to go out of there, and somebody will probably end up being parked a mile because there's going to be so much speed. So from the inside, the 8-hole, you're kind of trapped, and you got to hope they go real fast up front, and I can shake loose somewhere in the mile and hopefully give them a shot. But it's tough out of the 8-hole. But I've done it out of the 8-hole before, so I'm hoping I repeat.
All right, well, good luck there, Trevor, and congrats on going 3 for 3 to start up the card. Trevor Henry, 3 for 3 so far here on Camluck Classic night at the Raceway.
There you have it, folks. Wonderful Robert Reed Jr. live interview with driver Trevor Henry, who's now 3 for 3 on this Camluck Classic night so far. Again, a $3 winner with PC Living a Dream. The betting public getting behind Trevor here in the early going. The rundown for the third, the one and scratch PC Living a Dream, winner of the City of London final for girls on the trot. Completed Promise was third, a PC Massive Dream fourth, Kilmartin Passion fifth, Calm Cool Collected seventh, Magnolia Lane was sixth, Larry's Girl was second, and again a maiden mark, 158.4 there for PC Living a Dream. Top down, a scratch, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, and 2. Fourth race, up and coming, the Exacta Tri Superfecta Ontario Sire Stakes action for the 3-year-old pacing fillies are next. We'll be looking at catching up with our eyes and ears in the paddock as well. Nathan Bain live from the paddock here very soon. Stand by for that. We're 6 minutes away from race number 4.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, we're about 5 minutes away from race number 4 as promised. Our eyes and ears down around the paddock this evening. Nathan Bain keeping busy down around the barn area. And what's the mood down there in the early going with Trevor Henry winning all these races so far, Nathan?
Yeah, Trevor's had a huge night, and he's even got another shot with Gouda 1 in the next race. So, you know, he could go 4 for 4 here.
Yeah.
He's putting on a show so far here in London, and, you know, definitely an advantage. He's used to the half-mile racing. He was one of the top drivers here for many years, so maybe he can keep it going here into the 4th.
Right on. Have you spoken with any of the horse people down around the paddock there this evening? Getting any vibes from some of the participants, drivers, trainers, caretakers?
Yeah, it's great getting to catch up with everybody, and I got a chance to talk to James McDonald. He's got better double flip in the upcoming 4th. Outside spot, you know, he said he likes his chances with this one, and James is on for trainer Blake McIntosh, and he said, you know, this filly doesn't have a crazy amount of gate speed, but you never know, coming to a different kind of style of racing, they can have some blast, and he just said overall, she's a really nice filly. We'll have to overcome the outside, and that was my top choice in here as well.
Okay. She's 7-2 currently, so the betting public is behind her somewhat. She's a second choice currently, but as mentioned, with Trevor Henry winning all 3 races so far, no doubt the betting public is on that filly, Gouda 1, currently at 3-5. Nathan Bain with us this evening for more live paddock hits later on through the program. Maybe you can find us a winner for, let's say, the Forest City Pace in race number 10. Do some digging, find us a winner for the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms. A win photo.
I couldn't hear Sugar at all.
A win photo now on display here from race number 3. I thought it was closer than that myself. Honestly, I thought it was closer than that, but by ahead, PC Living a Dream. Maybe, well, I did mention she got a little crooked right at the finish line, so maybe that played into it looking so close on my end. But great to see Trevor Henry returning and doing good things here. 3 for 3 so far, but could be time for someone else, though Trevor is a heavy favorite here with number 2, Goodawan, in race number 4, Ontario Sire Stakes. Division 2, leg 1 for the Grassroots, coming up in 3 minutes. So, after leg number 3, the early pick 5, $1,449 live in and play from that $26,000 plus pool. Best of luck if you're still going forward here. 2 legs left to go. And for the pick 4, it's about half the money still in play. $6,366 from a pool of $13,000 plus. That is after a 1-2 fave. PC Living a Dream takes the opening leg. What I'm able to see, we appear to have our graphics package back and rolling here this evening in London. So wonderful job to our team and the help they've received and getting things up and rolling as far as graphics go here on to race number 4. We've got Ontario Sire Stakes action, 3-year-old pacing fillies up next. Grassroots Leg 1 Division 2 is next. pacing fillies on parade for Ontario Sire Stakes action here. Here's a look at one, Mighty Melissa, Louis Philippois for Greg McNair, Ross Family Farms Limited, and Wayne McCrae, as well as Ross Holmes with Greg McNair training. Again, it's Wah on board the one, Mighty Melissa. Number 2, Goodawan, Trevor Henry on board for Brenda, Mark, and Anthony Lane. Murray Breathauer conditions. A numbered Canada Inc. along with Vic Putty share the ownership on 3, Better Catch Girl. Vic Putty trains, Jody Jameson aboard. There's Bob McClure on 4, Tea Time Pat for Alan Bowden. The trainer's John Pentland. Anthony Hahn driving 5, Ivory Hanover for Coyote. Wind Farms, Clark Bealby trains. Number 6, I wish I had him. Leo Baker, the owner. Ken Skinner trains, Paul McKenzie. And then the 7, Better Double Flip, James McDonald for Hut Racing Stable. Mortgage Boys Stables, Linda Bedard, and 3 Hero Stables, Blake McIntosh training 7, Better Double Flip.
Just minutes away from race 4, Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots event for 3-year-old fillies. And here's a good look right now at the 7, Better Double Flip. My top selection of the race, and one that I think, you've got to respect in here, even though she does have that outermost post in the contest. One that's been racing well against, pretty difficult competition, but picking up shares and pieces against pretty good horses. And I think that this is a group that she can get the better of, but again, it's all going to work out to what the trip is going to be. And I think 3-1 right now is a fair price on the 7, Better Double Flip. Again, just, what's James going to work out for this one tonight? And if I was going to trust someone, it would be J-Mac to work out a trip for this one. But hey, how can you go against Trevor Henry right now with on the 2, Goodawan, who is taking all the support at 3-5? And I think some of that might also be the fact that Trevor's won 3 in a row, so everyone's jumping on that bandwagon, and why not at this point? I do think the Goodawan, fits well with this group. Post 9 last time, and ended up kind of getting a shuffle before, finishing 5th and pacing her mile on 52-2. So I think Goodawan is obviously one of the players in here, but to me, a big overbet right now at 3-5. And I know Sugar's fond of this one and singled this one up in his multi-leg wagers and his pick 5, anyways. And again, Goodawan, one that there's a good look at her right there. One that definitely has a big chance in here. One of the main contenders, but 3-5 would be definitely too short of a price for me to bet a win ticket on her. But looking good on the track right now, looking calm and relaxed. And the man of the card so far, Trevor Henry aboard, looking for 4 in a row. The 5, Ivory Hanover right now. A nice price on the board at 6-1. I thought that Ivory Hanover might take more support than this. 3-1 in the morning line, and racing a non-winners at 2 at Mohawk Park last time. I liked her chances in that one. She was 10-1. She ended up finishing 3rd. Only got beat just over a length, but was first over a long way in that contest. And I think that she's one that's better served off a helmet. We might see that tonight with Anthony Hahn aboard, and 6-1 on the board right now. For me, that is the value, and one that I might even consider, bumping up to maybe even top selection status if that price holds. She looks smart on the track right now, looks calm and relaxed, and is one that I've been tracking at Mohawk Park for some time. And her victory last year, obviously against softer competition than she faces tonight, but it was a good one. And she's one that I think is going to continue to develop and continue to improve into a nice 3-year-old filly.
She looks all right there, nice and relaxed there, Robert.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I've always been a fan of Ivory Hanover. You know, one of those ones though, Sugar, where maybe you've got the rose-colored glasses for, right? That's what my concern sometimes is on ones like that. But I do think right now 5-1 is definitely an overlay.
I mentioned to you a lot of these 3-year-old fillies coming in and competing for Ontario Sire Stakes action. They'd never been in London before. One that's never been here was the 6. Now I took a break for a second, let you set up race number 4. I had to go back and catch a replay for number 6. I wish I had a me. I just wanted to be sure on how I was going to pronounce her name, right? So when I have never seen a horse before and it's a strange kind of name coming in, I definitely go back and look at old replays to see how our friend Ken Middleton Jr. announced her at the Woodbine Mohawk Park. So yeah, I wish I had a me.
There you go. Yeah, I wish I had a me. 32-1 right now off a pretty dominant win. Granted, it was a non-winners of 1 at Flamborough Downs.
Sure. Any final thoughts here on race number 4?
You know, for me personally, again, I'm looking for value in here, Sugar, and I'm going to look towards the 7 and the 5.
Okay.
Better double flip in Ivory Hanover. But listen, Trevor Henry certainly proved me wrong in race 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again here in race 4.
It's his arena right now. How do they say? It's Trevor's world, and we're just kind of along for the ride. We're just there. Here we go. It's Ontario Sire Stakes action in the 4th race. 3-year-old pacing fillies, grassroots, leg 1, division 2. We've got Mighty Melissa, Goodawan, Better Catch Girl, Tea Time, Pat's in the center, then Ivory Hanover, I Wish I Had a Me, Better Double Flip. Those are your 7, all on gate, top of the stretch. Gapped up beginning here for the 6, I Wish I Had a Me. Here they come. They're rough. Better Catch Girl. Jody Jameson teaming this one up early. Goodawan protecting that inside lane. She's actually coming on through. Goodawan for Trevor Henry. Outside second. Better Catch Girl from that outside post and settling into 3rd. Better Double Flip. Away in 4th was Ivory Hanover. Next in line 5th for Mighty Melissa. Gapping 3.5 lengths. Tea Time Pat, the earliest trailer, was the sluggish I Wish I Had a Me. Here's the quarter-mile speed. 27 and 4. It is Goodawan. Goodawan on top. This 3-year-old daughter, Better Than Cheddar, getting her front end respect here at 3/8 completion. Nobody coming. It's Better Catch Girl. 2-hole riding. Continuing out of 3rd was a Better Double Flip. Down in front of us. They're single file on this half-mile approach. Goodawan is on top by 2. Better Catch Girl, a 14-1 pocket sitter for Jameson, peeking to the outside and making a move now from 3rd. There goes Better Double Flip for James MacDonald. That is cover for Anthony Hahn and Ivory Hanover. And to set it up 3rd over, Mighty Melissa. This is a quick rush and a brush by Better Double Flip out of 3rd. She's now in 2nd. She's taking aim at the leader, Goodawan. Goodawan is finding another gear, though. She's pacing quickly up by 3/4. Goodawan on top by a length and a Henry. 1:26 and 3. She was 28 and 1 through the 3rd, and she's finding more and opening a length and 3/4 on Better Double Flip. Holding down 3rd, Better Catch Girl out there in 4th. Ivory Hanover. They swing off the 7/8 turn for home. Still all chasing Goodawan. Goodawan by 2 and now 3. It's Goodawan. Trevor Henry on board for breath hour. 4 left turns. Encouraging words. And now she's on her way to victory lane. Goodawan takes an Ontario Sire Stakes leg here in the 4th. Holding 2nd, Better Double Flip against Ivory Hanover. And then completing the top 4, Better Catch Girl. 154 and 4. Two, 7, 5, and 3, and Trevor Henry's in for 4. It's another Ontario Sire Stakes blanket presentation here. Sandra Snyder, Kevin Allen presenting this evening for Ontario Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Fillies, Grassroots Leg 1. This was Division 2. Going to pace setter Goodawan. Going off as the 1-5 choice here. Trevor Henry coming back to the winner's circle yet again. Make that 4 for 4 on this Camluck Classic night. Here he comes with Goodawan, 3-year-old bay filly by Better Than Cheddar, out of Keystone Samurai by Camluck, owned and bred by Brenda and Mark Lane of Norwood, sharing ownership with Anthony Lane. It's Murray Breathauer conditioned. Trevor Henry driven to win her 3rd career victory. It's her first of 2022. She takes it in Ontario Sire Stakes action. Grassroots Leg 1 for the 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. And she stops the clock in 1:54 and 4. Goodawan and another Trevor Henry driving victory on this Camluck Classic night at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Congratulations. $260 to win, exactor 6 even, dollar try, $560, dollar super, $14.90. Pick 3 on to the 4th race. The Trevor Henry pick 3 came back at $283 for the 20 center. The official rundown: Mighty Melissa was 5th. Goodawan was a race winner. Better Catch Girl 4th. Tea Time Pat was 7th. Ivory Hanover 3rd. I Wish I Had a Me was 6th. Better Double Flip 2nd. 27 and 4. 58 and 2. 126 and 3. The mile was 154 and 4. More great rating there. Trevor Henry on board for the victory with Goodawan. Top down reads at 5-1-4, 7-3, 6 and 2. Race 5 up and coming. It's the early Super High 5 opportunity. Again, the Raceway always features the non-jackpot Super High 5. The pool will be paying out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus the low. 15% takeout. Exactor try, Super High 5 up next here in race 5. It's a City of London final for the girls. Expected to open up as favorites here. Number 1 PL Porsche, number 7 Lions Princess also will take action here. We're 9 minutes to post time on race number 5 of 11. Good luck. So just about halfway through this Camluck Classic night, our signature event for racing. Race 5 coming up. We've got the City of London final for the girls on the pace, the non-jackpot super hi-fi play. If you happen to be with us on track this evening, folks, there is no alcohol permitted in the outdoor seated grandstand. Alcohol can be purchased on the outdoor patio and in the home stretch bar on the main level. So again, no alcohol permitted in the outdoor seated grandstand part of our grounds here this evening. Hope you're all enjoying your night thus far. Can Trevor Henry go 5 for 5? He's on number 3, Sexy Playmate, coming up here, currently at 5 to 1. Parade Marshal Emma leading the parade here for the City of London final. Girls on the pace. Number 1, PL Porsche. Lauren House training and driving for Ryan Clements along with Prince Lee Akers. Number 2, Million Angels. Jody Jameson drives for owner-trainer Gino Cicero. Number 3, Sexy Playmate. It's Trevor Henry on board for the owner-trainer Kyle Bossens. Barstow Bell. Number 4, Totterborth for Harry Einfeld. The trainer's Bill Butt. And then the 5, Lions Believer, Bob McClure for 3 Lions Racing, Anthony Beaton conditions. Jay Harris on number 6, Rockabilly Cockshut. It's for Glenview Livestock Limited, trainer Lacey McCabe. Outside chance for 7, Lions Princess. Should she win this race, she will be sweeping the City of London. This one owned by 3 Lions Racing of Brantford. Anthony Beaton training Anthony Hahn stays on to drive. And number 8, Easy Breezy Beautiful. James MacDonald gets the call for owner-trainer Phil Coleman. Those are your 8 pacing. Fillies and Mares, City of London, final purse just shy of $30,000 here. It's the Race 5 Exactor Try non-jackpot super high-five play. Alrighty, in between races here, and my top selection, I'm going to stick to it here, Robert. I've gone to 7 Lions Princess for the sweep. I'm hoping she's got that gate speed where she can bust quickly off the wings and be forwardly placed here. But I know you're going inside to number 1, PL Porsche. You used her as a key play. She's taking the action right now. Lauren House just scored her down very sharply through that opening turn.
Yeah, I couldn't go against PL Porsche here. I really believe that she's the best in the race, and I'm kind of have mixed feelings though, right? When they skip the second legs, you know,
right.
You don't like missing that week, you know, especially from a betting standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
You want to bet a horse that's tight, but I mean, also, you know, she might also benefit from having that week off, right? So I think PL Porsche is the one to beat. 4 to 5 on the board. I think that's probably about what she should be. I was expecting maybe even lower, like 3 to 5, 2 to 5, and we might see that come post time. But she looks sharp on the track right now.
Her body language, hey?
Oh yeah, I think right now she's raring to go, and she's gonna be busting out of there. And look, Lions Princess to me is the main danger. But that outside post, and we do talk about it here at the Raceway, there's more of an opportunity for horses that have that early step off the gate to kind of, you know, get down to a favorable spot early. But you know, it's still going to be tough sledding, I think, from out there when you have a horse like PL Porsche that's going to just try to scoot away from them. It
is a tough spot, but you know what? Lions Princess does show that she can come from off the pace. She's got one there about 4 starts ago where she came home in 27 flat over Woodbine Mohawk Park. That was late April, so Seems versatile enough for me. I'm going to stick to my top selection, number 7, Lions Princess versus your number 1, PL Porsche. Let's maybe just touch on the Trevor Henry starter here. Now, Sexy Playmate does show broken equipment. She got a flat tire. It happened at the quarter pole last time out. Colin Kelly had a horse drive up on the wheel nearing the quarter mile, so she raced 3/4 of a mile on a flat tire, and that is why she finished well back. Now, the start before that, she was not as sharp as her win on 58-1. She was actually, they were getting to her pretty good near the end, but I'm thinking a big bounce back performance possible. You get Trevor Henry hopping up, who can do no wrong so far tonight.
I think so. I mean, listen, you can't go wrong betting on Trevor Henry right now, and I do think that might have something to do with the 7-1 right now, because that is shorter than I was expecting on Sexy Playmate. I know that there was the broken equipment last time, the flat tire, and you can cross a line through that one, but you said it. I mean, she didn't finish off too strongly, two back, and also I don't know if she was really facing the killers of this group, right? So
the killers,
exactly. So 2 in a row prior to her latest. Obviously, Trevor Henry aboard. Would I be shocked if she won? No, but I do think that she's more of an underneath player. I actually didn't even put her in my top 5.
Outside of 1, 3, and 7, who we've talked about, we're looking at 6, Rockabilly Cockshot here for Jay Harris. Your thoughts?
Well, easy winner last time and got within a neck of Lions Princess before that. Very close to having 3 in a row. One that's hit the board in all 5 of her starts. I mean, she merits respect. Post 6, obviously, might be a bit of a challenge, but I'll be honest. I thought that both Rockabilly Cockshot and Lions Princess would take more support than the 7-1 on the board right now. I really did. I thought they'd be around maybe 4-1 and 5-1,
right,
respectively. So I know PL Porsche is a heavy favorite, but there's some others in here that are taking support that I was not expecting.
I'm loving the price right now in my 7 Lions. I honestly thought Lions Princess would be 3-1 in here. So for 7-1, more than double of what I was thinking you'd get on the 7 Lions Princess. She's not a track record holder, but she's a co-owner of the fastest half-mile victory by a 3-year-old filly in Canada. She co-owns that with PL Porsche, the 1. So it's just that outside post, right? If you flip-flop the post positions with PL Porsche, Lions Princess, would you be leading that way?
I'd still be on PL Porsche, but I do think that, it would be razor thin at that point, right? I do think that they are kind of, the best horses in the race, together. I would still go PL Porsche's direction. Certainly not at 3-5. Definitely not. If they were starting 1 and 2, I wouldn't be able to take 3-5 on PL Porsche, but I'd still lean in her direction.
All right, inside of a minute now. There is still time. You would have to hurry. Starter Brad is in position. These 3-year-old pacing fillies are lining up behind the gate. You still have time, but you would have to hurry. We've got PL Porsche, Million Angels, Sexy Playmate, Barstow Bell, Lions Believer, Rockabilly Cockshot, Lions Princess farthest out on the wings. The back tier spot for Easy Breezy Beautiful. Who do you like? A 16th out. Here they come. It's the City of London final for girls on the pace. Here they come. They're off a very slow beginning for the 1, PL Porsche. She's 6th. Farthest out and gunning for the lead, Lions Princess, Anthony Hahn. Out there in the 3-wide path. Up between the fillies, Sexy Playmate. Trevor Henry wants another one on the boogie in London. Sexy Playmate did go to the top, though. Here comes Lions Princess trying to clear before this quarter-mile marker. Lions Princess for Anthony Hahn does take control. She has paid the cost to be this boss. 27-2, matching the bullet quarter-mile speed tonight. Lions Princess, the leading lady right now. Sexy Playmate is second. Million Angels traveling at a third. Now it's going to be a long, uncovered route for PL Porsche. She's underway and she's 4th best on the outside. Sexy Playmate, pocket pulls on Lions Princess. This is Trevor Henry getting a ton of respect in London here with a lap to go. Sexy Playmate looped the leader here at 10-1, in control now. Here's PL Porsche, an uncovered second best on the outside. Lions Princess still up there in the top 3. Million Angels racing at a 4th, a second over toe up in 5th for Easy Breezy Beautiful. Setting it up 3rd over Lions Believer. The back markers are Rockabilly Cookshut and outside Barstow Bell. Going up to 3/4. Sexy Playmate on the lead. Sexy Playmate by a half length. PL Porsche giving her all she can handle. handle. On for third was Easy Breezy Beautiful. Lions Believer. Backing through them was Lions Princess. 3/4 teamed and beamed. 126 and 4. Sexy Playmate. She may have put away the 1-2 favorite. Now Easy Breezy Beautiful saving all the ground. Shows up in second. Sexy Playmate trying for the upset. Sexy Playmate for a City of London. Oh, Henry! 5 for 5 on Camluck Classic Night. Easy Breezy Beautiful was second. PL Porsche salvages third. Million Angels fourth. One, we'll call it 57 and 2 possibly for Sexy Playmate in the City of London. How you like those apples? Trevor Henry can do no wrong. He's 5 for 5, and he upsets with Sexy Playmate here at 10-1. At 16-1, number 8, Easy Breezy Beautiful is second. Then the 1, PL Porsche, and finishing fourth in the Superfecta at 25-1. Number 2, Million Angels for Jody Jameson. 3-8-1-2, unofficial. 5 on the end. 5 on the end of that super high five. 3, 8, 1, 2, and 5. Here he is, back again, this time at 10-1. Sexy Playmate, Trevor Henry, 5 for 5 in London tonight. Winning caretaker, Steve Quinn, leading back, Sexy Playmate, 3-year-old daughter of Shadow Play out of Southwind Meredith by Cam's Card Shark. Bred by Darlene Hayes and Brad Gray of Ontario. Kyle Bossens, owning and training. Kyle from Arthur, Ontario. Trevor Henry on board for this victory. She's a City of London final winner. 3rd victory of her career. All 3 victories in London. The blanket presentation, Christine Stapleton of Tourism London. Trevor Henry again, this time at 10-1. Again, winning caretaker Steve Quinn. All smiles here with the connections of Sexy Playmate, who upsets in this City of London final for the girls on the pace. Congratulations. Big prices here, $23.50 on the win ticket for Sexy Playmate. How about the pick 5? The Trevor Henry pick 5, $228.10 on the 20-cent wager. The exacta came back at $218.70. A dollar try, $322.55. The high five for 20 cents, $1,572.91. And again, that's what we call the Trevor Henry pick 5, returning $228.81 and more. Live winner circle coverage here. Robert Reed Jr., there's been nobody else to interview tonight. It's been Trevor Henry so far. Take it away, Robert and Trevor.
I mean, how could we not come back for another interview with Trevor Henry? Incredible feat tonight, Trevor. You just swept the first 5 races, the early pick 5. You know, I got to ask you about confidence, right? So we talk about confidence so much when we talk about sports. Is that something you start feeling out there tonight, or is it just kind of race by race?
Well, you get confident, of course, but like if you drive for good trainers like these guys are, it helps a lot. And they had good post positions, and It's just the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes you think you're going to win a bunch and you win nothing. So enjoy it while you can.
And tonight, when you looked at the program and kind of, I'm assuming you map out the card, did you think there was a possibility you might be standing here with, 4 wins or all 5 so far?
I never think that because it'll never happen if you think it.
All right, so playing it loose, right?
That's right. That's the way I roll.
All right, and in that one there, Sexy Playmate was one that was a bit of an outsider in that City of London final. And, just wondering, when you're leaving out of there and, the favorite didn't get off to the best start, is that something that you're conscious of and you're kind of watching for, or are you just kind of focused on your filly?
For sure, I was watching the rail horse, and I knew the 2 from the outside were leaving, so you kind of got to try to get to the turn first before they cross over. And Anthony's put a step in the first turn, and I had to really release him because we were going to go too much if I didn't. And, it's just the way it worked out,
All right, and just real quick, in the Forest City, you've got She's None Better, one that I'm not so sure if you've driven before, but what do you know about that mare and what her chances are tonight?
I don't really know a lot about her. I'm sure they'll have her ready and just go and see what happens. It's all you can do in a half mile.
All right, well, there it is, folks. Trevor Henry, first 5 races of the night, all his. 5 wins so far on the card for Trevor Henry. Congratulations, Trevor.
Wonderful round of applause on track here for Trevor Henry, who's just won the first 5 races here on Camluck Classic Night at the Raceway, and he's not done yet. He's got plenty more to go here this evening. So wonderful to see, and wonderful to take some time there to chat with him in the winner's circle again. Following that interview with Trevor Henry, Robert Reed Jr., there was a wonderful round of applause here on track for Mr. Trevor Henry, who's just captured the first 5 races this evening. Again, he's not done yet. Time for the mile on Sexy Playmate. She was never better. 1:55-1, a new mark in her City of London final victory. Congratulations.
Get ready! The $150,000 Camluck Classic returns to the Raceway Friday, May 27th, featuring fine dining, party on the patio, giveaways, and more. Parking and admission are free. Visit camluckclassic.ca.
Dream is coming on for Henry in deep stretch now, getting to win Sun Revenge, and he's got him. Il Sogno Dream will do it from first to
So race number 5 went official, of course, and the official rundown, PL Porsche was third, A Million Angels 4, Sexy Playmate won it, Barstow Bell 6, Lions Believer was 5th, Rockabilly Cookshit was 7th, Lions Princess 8, Easy Breezy Beautiful was second best, and again, the official clocking for that mile by Sexy Playmate, 1:55.1, her new lifetime best, her third career win with all 3 victories coming right here in the Forest City. She takes home the City of London hardware and a blanket, and Trevor Henry 5 for 5 and not done yet. We're about 4 minutes away from race number 6 up and coming, the Exactor Try Superfecta coming up, Ontario Sire Stakes, 3-year-old fillies on the pace, Grassroots Leg 1. This would be Division 3 coming up. Here's your live money left in play for the early pick 4. Trevor Henry, first 2 legs, leaving $103 live from the pool of $13,376. The multi-leg wagers tonight, well supported. We've got a late pick 5 that will begin in race number 7. The late pick 4, of course, covering our final 4 races, races 8 through 11. Again, those of you with us on track this evening, No alcohol is permitted in the outdoor seated grandstand portion of our property. Alcohol can be purchased on the outdoor patio as well as the home stretch bar inside on the main level. Enjoy your evening and drink responsibly. We've got race 6 up and coming here. Exacta Tri Superfecta for more Ontario Sire Stakes action. 3-year-old pacing fillies. The post parade is next. Post parading now. Starters here for race number 6. Again, Ontario Sire Stakes action. 3-year-old pacing fillies. Paul McKenzie up on 1. St. Led's Bayou here for John DeVito. The trainer's Dolores Basilone. Number 2, Velvet Stinger. It's James McDonald driving for Millar Farms. The trainer's Nick Gallucci. Number 3, Power of an Angel. Travis Henry driving for Carol Gebhardt. The trainer's Roger Gebhardt. Infinity Sealster. Number 4, Jody Jameson for Steve Mahalik, along with Katie Graham and Cheryl Cherry. Katie does the training. There's 5, Girl in a Tavern. Adding Lasix for this ball. McClure stays on the drive for Don McRae, the trainer Tisha Symes. And number 6, More Than My Hometown. It's owned by Peyton Scott and trained by Murray Breathauer. On board will be Trevor Henry. And number 7, Momentarily, Louis Philippois for Dan Legacy, along with Ben Mudry, Ed Bueller, and Robert Van Ostrand. It's Dan Legacy doing the training. Again, Louis Philippois on the 7. Those are your 7 pacers for this Ontario Sire Stakes event. Grassroots, leg 1, 3-year-old pacing fillies. Number 5, Girl in a Tavern here. A top selection for both myself, Robert Reed Jr. I love this filly. I fell in love with her when I watched her from the backstretch of Summerside, Prince Edward Island last summer. She was a nice big filly who just seemed to win with ease down that way last summer. She's a daughter of Big Jim, and she's done well here in Ontario, just missing in each of her last 3 outings, finishing second best. Girl in a Tavern, first time Lasix. I believe she's going to get to the winner's circle tonight. Your thoughts, Robert Reed Jr.?
Well, I'm on board, Sugar. She's my top selection as well, and one that I've been watching closely at Mohawk Park, and like you said, just missing and putting in solid efforts. And I think that win has got to be on the horizon, and hopefully it's here tonight. The one concern, obviously, a little bit of time away, and sometimes that's one thing that makes us shy away from horses. But I look at that as maybe maybe she just kind of used that little break in the schedule. And
here's my little take on it too, Robert. I'm seeing first-time Lasix now. She doesn't have a qualifier with Lasix. Do you think in between starts there, the last 2 to 3 weeks, do you think maybe they went out and went a nice trip with her, maybe added Lasix to see how it performed with her?
Well, I think for you and me, that's the hope, isn't it?
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm thinking. Tisha Symes.
Yeah, certainly hoping that. And I mean, listen, I think that, people ask me, what angles do you look for? Any kind of a change, right? And first time Lasix is one of those ones that you certainly always take notice of. So I think that, again, off those recent efforts, she's already good enough. If she steps up her game at all, I think she finds the winner's circle tonight.
Back in the day, like I'm talking 15, 20 years ago, I'd see horses on Lasix, and normally for me back then, it was second time Lasix. But, back then they maybe weren't training them, with a shot of Lasix. So now you hear of it more where they're not showing a line with the Lasix, but they probably got a trip with it. This is what I'm thinking. This is what we're both maybe hoping for. Number 5, Girl in a Tavern here.
Yep, absolutely.
2 minutes, wagering time on race number 6. Number 3, Power of an Angel. You liking this one?
I do have this one slotted in for second, and it really just goes back to that last line here at the Raceway. It was an impressive victory, and that was off time, right? And,
right.
It was 57-1, over the off going on that occasion, held off, a PL Porsche. So I just think that Power of an Angel might be a sneaky one in here, and 7-1. Obviously, she's getting some support on the board, and one that again, I just think that if she trips out, if she can get away well, kind of stay on the pylons and just kind of make her move in the stretch, I think she'd get a big piece of this. So she's my play underneath, and 8-1 I think is about the right price.
I caught your interview with Trevor there following the victory with Sexy Playmate. You asked him about confidence. How confident was he when he pulled the pocket at the half mile?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I asked that question,
yes.
right? I mean, you've got a horse again. Like I think drivers are obviously aware of the odds board, and that's probably an indication of what they think their chances are as well. But I mean, how often do you see a horse at that price pull the pocket on a horse that is one of the lower price horses, one of the favorites in the race? And I mean, it was obviously the winning move because he had to get ahead of that one and then put him in a prime spot to hold off the one that was bet down to odds on.
Right, exactly. Now, and following that interview you did with Trevor, now, I don't have my windows open. I can't open windows to my announcer booth, but I heard the rousing applause for Trevor following that interview. He's been well received here tonight.
Oh, definitely. And he always is at the Raceway, right? But I think right now people are in awe. I mean, that's what the feeling is for me, in the winner's circle, and then certainly walking back to the grandstand. I mean, when do you see this? Sweeping the first 5 on a card. I mean, again, I'm trying to remember when the last time I've seen it, if ever, but it's just been an incredible feat so far. And it's not like they've all been favorites either. Right.
And it probably has happened more so on a regular race night. We're not talking about just any race night. He's won 2 City of London finals. Maybe it's 3 City of London finals now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, races 1, 3, and 5. He's won 3 City of London finals, 2 Ontario Sire Stakes races. For a city pace, Camluck Classic will not be out of the question. When a guy's got confidence, when he's winning like this, you've got to play him in basically every race.
Pretty much, yeah. And right now, 9-2 in Horn in my hometown. Probably one that you can't overlook in here.
Here we go then. A field of 7. Ontario Sire Stakes action. Trevor Henry up on 6. More Than My Hometown at 9-2. We've got St. Led's Bayou, then Velvet Stinger. Power of an Angel, Infinity Sealster, Girl in a Tavern, More Than My Hometown, momentarily, 7 Noses all on gate, a 16th out. Here they come. Off and pacing, Infinity Sealster, Jody Jameson sending this one, Girl in a Tavern, floating on up there for Bob McClure. She's second, not even taking a peek at the pocket. She drove right on by. Here's Bob McClure with a 2-1 drive by, possibly. Girl in a Tavern is going to the top. Infinity Sealster pockets up in second at 30-1. St. Led's Bayou is racing at a third, a midfield fourth for Power of an Angel. Traveling out of 5th as they went by that quarter mile was Velvet Stinger, and she's a bit bumpy gated into turn number 2. Quarter mile, your bullet, 27-1, belongs to Girl in a Tavern. Girl in a Tavern looking brave on this front end mission. Infinity Sealster continuing in second, and there goes Power of an Angel, an uncovered third. 4th and in for St. Led's Bayou. A second over toe up in 5th now for More Than My Hometown. outside of 6 momentarily, and still the bumpy gated Velvet Stinger. She's now trailing the half-timed up in 57-1. Big time breather for the big filly Girl in a Tavern. She's got less than 3/8 to go to seal this deal. Girl in a Tavern down the backside. Power of an Angel, second best. She's on the wheel of the leader. A gapped pocket sitter, Infinity Sealster, holding down third. It's More Than My Hometown out there, went fourth. Fifth and in for St. Led's Bijou, up between Pacer, still fumbly gated there. Velvet Stinger, and way out there momentarily, 3/4. Hit me! 1:25-2. Girl in a Tavern. Bob McClure hit the go switch, and she has turned it on. Girl in a Tavern. She appears to have her goodbye shoes on tonight. Girl in a Tavern, though the strides are shortening up, they're coming to her. Girl in a Tavern, far outside. Velvet Stinger! Velvet Stinger from nowhere. She was fumbly gated throughout. She put it all together for a final 8 surge, and she wins in 1:55-3. McDonald on board for Gallucci at 8-5. Number 2, Velvet Stinger. 2, 3, 5, and 7 unofficial. Girl in a Tavern. She looked good to go, turning for home. Stride shortened up. Here came Power of an Angel. Here came Velvet Stinger. Did her best work late in the mile to reach up and win here in 55-3. Again, unofficially 2, 3, 5, and 7. Ontario Sire Stakes presentation here to the winning connections of Velvet Stinger. She's on her way back. Sandra Snyder, Karen Allen on track this evening representing Ontario Sire Stakes. The blanket presentation coming up. As Velvet Stinger, I kept an eye on her throughout. Wasn't the most slick gated filly in the field, but she put it all together when it counted most, that being the late going as she circled them. Velvet Stinger, 3-year-old black filly by Bettor's Delight out of Our Hot Majorette by Art Major. Owned and bred by Millar Farms. Trained by Nick Gallucci. James MacDonald on board for this come-from-behind victory in thrilling fashion. Velvet Stinger, Ontario Sire Stakes winner here in London. Grassroots Leg 1. Division 3, 3-year-old pacing fillies. She wins tonight 1:55-3. Congratulations. Velvet Stinger, she paid $5.40. The exactors worth $34.90. Dollar try, $42.25. The super for $1, $113.05. It's a 20-center. We'll come back to the 20-center. Dollar pick 4, $355.30. And there's the 20-cent super for $22.61. The pick 4 for 20 cents, $71.06. The rundown for race 6, St. Led's Bijou was fifth. Velvet Stinger won it. Power of an Angel second. Infinity Sealster seventh. Girl in a Tavern third. More Than My Hometown sixth. Momentarily fourth. 27-1. 57-1. 125-2. And it's a mile of 155-3. And it appears James MacDonald is headed on towards heads up, heads up, heads up. Right on. Heads up for the horses when you're on track, please. James McDonald along the fence there with some Ontario Sire Stakes goodies here. That's right, folks. Make some noise for James McDonald along the fence. Ontario Sire Stakes giveaways happening now. Alrighty, 5 minutes away from race number 7, getting set to do a live paddock hit with our eyes and ears down that way. And Nathan Bain is with us on track tonight with the live paddock hits. We're about 4 minutes away from race number 7, opening leg of a late pick 5. And if you can hear us, Nathan picking me up okay?
Sugar.
All righty, yeah. How about James McDonald in race number 6, Velvet Stinger? Kind of funky gate it throughout. I did not see that win coming late in the mile.
Yeah, that's definitely some half-mile racing here. And what makes these races interesting tonight is a lot of these are used to the 7/8 oval up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So different scenery here in London over the half mile. So definitely can change things up. But James McDonald breaking Trevor Henry's to 5 wins in a row. So he looked to make it 6. But, you know, James had to do that. But 7th race, City of London finals for the horses and geldings coming up. And I'm going to go to the local horse, Greystone Eno. And this horse has quite the following. He's probably more famous than most of the horses in the Camluck Classic tonight. And I think he's going to be heavily favored here. And I caught up with Lauren earlier on the night, and he likes his chances, and he thinks he's one of the best in the race. And Lauren said, it comes down to it's all trip dependent, especially on the half-mile racing. We've seen that other races. It's all where you get away and how you place your horses. And Lauren always puts his horses in good spots, so he loves his chances here with Greystone, Eno. I think there's another couple tough ones that could make it hard. You got Airy Shadow, who's been tough, made a rare break last time, but Greystone, Eno, this horse is in a league of his own, and the local horse look to get the job done.
Yeah, I like him too. He's my best bet selection on tonight's race card, and there's plenty of other great betting opportunities throughout the night. We'll check in with you one more time when we get in up and around the Forest City Pace and Camluck Classic. Nathan Bain, thanks so much. Alrighty, it's pick 5 time here in London. A $10,000 guaranteed pool pick 5 coming up. A low 15% takeout. It's a City of London final for the boys on the pace here to start things up. Robert Reed Jr. Along with us on track this evening, setting up these multi-leg ticket ideas. And we can bring up some pick 5 tickets here shortly. Greystone E&O, as Nathan alluded to, very tough to go against here, 3-5. He kind of looks much the best to me on paper via that 54 and 2 mile. In his latest, he got up to 3/4, very quick, using a 27 and 2 third quarter. You don't see that too often here in London. Greystone E&O, definitely the one to beat here. Robert Reed Jr., going back to race 6, Velvet Stinger. You called it when you mentioned she was a bit bumpy gated. Well, I had my eye on her. Every time I looked at her during the race call, she was putting in more steps than a barroom brawler.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you look at it and say it was the right assessment, just the wrong result. I mean, if I was to watch that race up until maybe the last 5 or 6 strides, I'd probably say, yeah, I was 100% correct.
Yeah.
But listen, she did a very similar thing in her win at Mohawk Park, and she unbelievable job by James McDonald to keep her together, because I mean she was putting in steps throughout that mile. Oh,
the whole time. Let's quickly bring up some tickets then. Late pick 5 starting up here. Myself, I've keyed up Greystone E&O. Many will likely be doing the same. I'm 3 deep in the 8th, deepest of all in race number 9. Nothing really jumped off the page for me in that Princeton Farms preferred trotting event. Over in a race 10, the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms, Gia Surreal, so much more. Those are the 2 I'm backing. And then the Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms, Tattoo Artist, Fun at the Beach, Jimmy Freight. This is the plan. That's where I'm going. What's your plan for the late pick 5 in London, Robert?
Well, we're in the same neighborhood, Sugar, because listen, I can't go past Greystone E&O here. I just have loved this horse's efforts and the way he's developed for his current connections, and of course the Twitter famous ownership group. Great to have them on track tonight as well. So I'm single there, and I'm going to try to keep it thin throughout. I'm going to keep the tickets inexpensive, just 2 deep in race 8. I like Motivation there as my top selection, but also going to use Mary Keep On Burning. In the preferred trot, I think it's a really good field, so I did spread out there with the 2, 4, 5, and 8s. I like Cool Muscle, though, as my top selection, and there almost went, to maybe hang my hat on that one, but I said, you know what, it's a pretty deep field, so I better go 4 deep in there. And then in the 2, we'll call them the co-main events, I think you're right, Gia Surreal and so much more. You need them both. Post position edge to Gia Surreal, but how do you go against so much more, right? I mean, she's just a super mare that we know she likes it here too. So I'm going to use both those, and then listen, it's going to be pretty chalky for me in races 10 and 11. I'm going to go with Tattoo Artist and Jimmy Freight in the Camluck Classic. I think the Tattoo Artist has the post edge, the speed edge. But Jimmy Freight's been so good, you can't leave him off your ticket. So keeping it, relatively inexpensive, only spending $6.40 for 20 cents.
Alrighty, I'm going to spend a little more. I'm thinking there's an opportunity for this late pick 5 to pay something. Hit this late pick 5. I think you will get paid. It appears they're going to be on Post Parade very soon. One last City of London final, this time for the boys. Purse of $30,000 plus. The earliest action on number 3, Greystone E&O. For me, he appears to be much the best on paper here. Stand by. The Post Parade is next. Here we go. Post parading now for race number 7. City of London final for the boys on the pace. Led by number 1, Airy Shadow, Trevor Henry, catch driving tonight for Greg McNair. Elderton Boys Stable, Greg training. Again, Trevor Henry on the 1, Airy Shadow. Delightful Wine is to Scott Ray, Pottits for owner, trainer Dan Kerr. Greystone Ian O, number 3, Ryan Clements, Ryan Willis. Lorne House share the ownership with Lorne, training and driving. Leaving Bruises for Jody Jameson for Courtney Bishop along with Leo Fleming. Courtney trains. Number 5, it'll be Yarm. Yarm is owned by Jay Wood, trained by Matty Henry. Travis Henry in the bike. Then the 6, Doc's Philly Cheese. Britt Kennedy along with Money Clip Racing, sharing ownership with Britt Training. Garrett Rooney's in the bike. The Stable, Almost There Boss Group owning. Harry Polton trains. Number 7, Almost There Boss. James MacDonald trying to come right back. And then it's the 8, Super FM, Tyler Borth for Francois Morin. The trainer is Sean Hyatt. 8 Pacers then for the City of London final. For the boys, purse over $30,000. Exactor tries, Superfect to the start of a late pick 5. Here's a $10,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. Getting a look at a top selection for Robert, myself, and many others here in Greystone Ian O. 54-2, life best in his latest. He's never been better, and he probably has never looked better. I remember him on following the post parade his last time out. He was doing just what he's doing right now, having fun, flicking his head, and maybe just kind of bouncing around here. Greystone E&O looking loosey-goosey here following the post parade. Robert.
Yeah, he does, and we've got to see this horse develop here at the Raceway, and some real dominating victories, and didn't do too poorly when he went to Mohawk Park and took on a really nice group in the Ontario Sire Spring Series, and maybe would have fared better in the final if he didn't have post 10. Huge back half, of course, and I look at this race and I don't see, how they beat this one. He's 3-5 on the board, and he's just been so good. Again, you hate to get behind a big favorite like this, but for me, I'll happily single him in the pick 5.
Right on. It's hard to look elsewhere when you see one that kind of jumps off the page like Greystone E&O. Maybe the one, Airy Shadow, made the costly break in the late going last time out. The start before that, though, he just jogged.
He did, and I thought he was going to jog last time too. And I actually had him as a top selection in that race, and he was 5-2, which I thought was a bit of an overlay. And I still think he was going to go by if he didn't get fumbly gated late and make that break in stride. So Airy Shadow is one that I think you have to consider here. Obviously Trevor Henry aboard, and we're going to see this one probably punch out pretty hard from that pole position.
All right, we're looking at the 4 Leaving Bruises. Jody Jameson's been around with some value players there tonight. May get a shot with the 4 Leaving Bruises.
I think so. This is my second choice in the race, Sugar, and the reason being I thought nice winner 2 back in the opening leg. Last time, no chance, right? Post 7, gets away 7th, was more than 12 lengths off the lead at the quarter pole, but was really kind of, weaving around late to get up for 3rd, had broken equipment, and I don't think we're going to see him racing from back there this time around. So he's going to get put into play, and I think he's a big player in here.
We're going inside 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes wagering time. Number 3, Greystone E&O, kind of holding at 1-2. I was thinking he might be like 2-5 or thereabouts. 1-2, fair price.
Fair price.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? You can't bet a horse. I can't bet a horse to win at 1-2. Listen, maybe if it's like Niatros against some claimers or something, you know what I mean? But in this field here, there's horses that are, very accomplished rivals to Greystone E&O. I think he certainly, kind of lays over them off his recent performances. But at the end of the day, I would single him, in exotics and maybe in the pick 5. I think that, 1-2, yeah, you're right. 2-5. I thought maybe even 1 to 5. I thought he'd be one of the lowest prices on the entire card. So
Right.
I guess I would say 1 to 2 right now is a little bit higher than I expected, as crazy as that sounds.
Okay. I remember doing a story in the horse players issue for Trot Magazine a few years back. You can bet that odds-on favorite, but you better make sure there's some pretty good value in the second and third spots if you're betting those exactor tries, superfectas, what have you.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because I mean, if you're playing this race with all the favorites, I mean, the risk certainly isn't worth the reward. But for me, I look at it and say maybe a horse like Leaving Bruises, right? You put that one in the second spot. Yeah, right now third choice on the board, but if you just kind of advance any of those peripheral horses, it's going to help make the exotics pay.
Getting close here, just seconds away from another City of London final, the last City of London final tonight. There's been some great racing action. Trevor Henry has won all 3 City of London finals thus far. Does he get a shot with the one Airy Shadow here on the rail?
I think he's got a chance in here. He's 5 to 2 right now. Like I said last time, I thought he was pacing by the victory. He made that break in stride. So if he behaves himself and can trip out in here, I certainly think he can be there at the finish. But again, I'm still heavily in the corner of Greystone ENO.
Right on, here we go. It appears the starter is calling for the horses here. You still have time. You would have to hurry. Greystone ENO continues to be a heavy favorite here for Lauren House out of post number 3. Gates moving. It'll be Airy Shadow, Delightful Wine, Greystone ENO, Leaving Bruises, Yarm, Doc's Philly Cheese. Almost there, boss, for 7 starters on gate, plus 1 trailer. That is Super FM. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Race 7, Pacers, to start up a late pick 5. Here they come. They're off. Almost there, boss. Quickly to take them on out of there along the inside second. Airy Shadow up there in the top 3. Delightful Wine away in 4. Greystone ENO parked in the early going 5th. He is Leaving Bruises. Leaving Bruises now finding pylon position here. So they all settle into pylon. Single file up towards the quarter mile. Almost there, boss. James MacDonald. Double digits here. 11 to 1. Long shot leader striding out there by 2. Quarter mile. Soft in here. 28 and 1. Almost there, boss. Greystone ENO right lined out of 4th. He's 3rd. He's soon to be 2nd. Will be challenging here on the half mile approach. Almost there, boss. On top. Greystone ENO. Let go is a heavy 1 to 5 fave here. He's up challenging now in 2nd. Inside traveling 3rd. Airy Shadow. A gapped off 4th for Delightful Wine. Halftime leader. Almost there, boss. Got to the half. 57 and 2. Holding down the play spot. Airy Shadow against the heavy favorite Greystone ENO, tracking 3rd. Delightful Wine, a move to the outside and 4th. There goes a Leaving Bruises. Then came Super FM off the back end as Yarm. Doc's Philly Cheese is trailing down the backstretch. They travel, trying to get to almost there, boss. Is that heavy favorite grit grinding away? Greystone ENO, and moving outside in 3rd. Airy Shadow gets underway. Leaving Bruises still up there in the top 4. 125 and 4 for 3/4. Almost there, boss. Greystone ENO, a neck in front now. Out there in 3rd. Airy Shadow inside trap 4th. Leaving Bruises off the back end. Yarm into the stretch. Greystone ENO, he's leading. Airy Shadow on the outside, trying to come back. Almost there, boss. Check the voltage in this coltage. Greystone ENO takes the City of London final. Almost there, boss, was 2nd. In for 3rd, Airy Shadow, 155 and 4 as Top Colt guts one out for Icehouse. Number 3, Greystone Ian O on top here. Then 7, Almost There Boss, stays for second. Over 1, Airy Shadow. Then the 4, Leaving Bruises for 3, 7, 1, and 4. It's unofficial. Back to the winner's circle, the very popular top colt, Greystone Ian O. A 3-year-old son of Sports Rider out of Whiskey Nancy O by Mach 3. Bred by the Caddies, Ambulors, owned by Ryan Clements, Ryan Willis, and Lauren House. Lauren training and driving to victory, gutting one out here. Greystone Ian O. He went first up forever to take his City of London final. Greystone Ian O, now a 5-time winner, 5 victories this season. And here he is going into the winner's circle. It's a City of London blanket presentation. We've got Christine Stapleton of Tourism London on hand for this presentation. Again, Greystone Ian O, very sharp, lots of heart to win. 155 and 4 is a heavy favorite here. He did not disappoint. Congratulations here to the connections. He paid $250. The exactor $13.50. Dollar try $19.20. The super for $1. $64.45 with a 20-cent return at $12.89. Greystone Ian O, fine-looking son of Sports Rider, very popular here tonight in winning at 1-5. The official rundown: Airy Shadow was 3rd, Delightful Wine 8, Greystone Ian O, a race winner. Leaving Bruises was 4th, Yarm finished 5th, Doc's Philly Cheese 6th, Almost There Boss 2nd, Super FM 7th, 28 and 1. 57 and 2, 125 and 4, and it's a mile of 155 and 4. Greystone Ian O, as good as advertised here. Top down a 381, 456, 2 and a 7. 8th race up and coming. Ontario Sire Stakes action. It's the final division for Grassroots Leg 1, 3-year-old pacing fillies. An exactor try superfecta late pick 4 starting up here in race number 8. And to follow race number 8 will be the presentations for the 2020 and 2021 Johnston Cup for leading trainers through Ontario Sire Stakes action. Also the Lampman Cup winners through 2020 and 2021. The top drivers through Ontario Sire Stakes action as well. Those presentations will follow race number 8 here. 7 minutes to post time on a late pick 4 in London. Good luck.
What a gutsy effort from Greystone E&O in that final of the City of London. First over for a long way and just kept on grinding away. Congrats to the connection. So the horse they call Top Colt, and he's famous on Twitter, folks. You got to check out the posts about Greystone E&O on Twitter for sure. Well, it's been a fantastic night so far. We now move to our last of the Big Four multi-leg wagers, the late pick 4. Guaranteed pool at $10,000, low takeout 15%, of course. And I'm going to break down both mine and Sugar's tickets through this sequence. And Sugar's going to go 3 deep here in the opener. He's going to use Raptors 1, Motivation, and Were We Expat. So 3 deep for Sugar here. And then he's going to really spread out in race 9. He's going to use 6 of the 8 in the preferred trot. I do think that is a wide open event, and Sugar agrees, using a pile of them in there. And I think we might see a price emerge in that race. The preferred trot in race 9 and race 10, 2 deep. So, keeping it logical in there, and I'm going to do the same. Gia Surreal and So Much More, I think they're the best 2 in the race, and I think that, one's got the post edge and the speed edge. Other one, of course, is So Much More. So 2 deep there, and I'm in agreement. In the finale of the Camluck Classic, well, he's going to go 4 deep in there. He's going to go with a couple of prices on top of the 2 logical ones. So Tattoo Artist, the 3, and the 5 Jimmy Freight, the ones that are going to take all the attention, I think. Also, of course, this is the plan from post 8 with Trevor Henry. Also throwing in, though, the 4 Fun at the Beach, who was a big winner at Yonkers in the Borgata final. So there's Sugar's ticket. I'm going to play it a little bit more thin. And in the opener here, I'm just going to go 2 deep. I'm just going to use the 2 Mary Keep On Burning and the 4 Motivation. Listen, Raptors 1, pole position, one that's been impressive so far in her career, and I doubted the Galucci pupil earlier in the card, and I certainly regret it now when Velvet Singer got the job done. But I think that Raptors 1 is one that might get a little bit lost here in the early going. She doesn't have a ton of gate speed. Maybe she creates it tonight from the pole position, but I'm going to try to beat her by using the 2 and 4 here, Mary Keep On Burning, and the 4 Motivation. In race 9, that preferred trot, 4 deep for me, the 2 Esquire, the 4 Cool Muscles, my top selection, the 5 Aussie Lover is one I think you have to have as well, and the 8 Arrakis, so 4 deep in there. And then I get real logical and real chalky, unfortunately. Race 10, the 4 City Pace, 2 deep with Gia Surreal and So Much More, and then just using Tattoo Artists and Jimmy Freight in that finale. And it's going to cost you $6.40 for a 20-cent ticket. Again, one that I think you might be able to get a price in the early 2 legs, but as we get to those features, I'm going to keep it pretty logical. But 3 minutes away till race 8. Again, it is the start of the late pick 4, low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool at $10,000. Sugar and I will come back and take a closer look at race number 8 after the post parade. Thank you.
Yes, I am.
Alrighty, so here in race number 8, opening leg of a late pick 4. It's our final Ontario Sire Stakes event tonight for 3-year-old fillies on the pace. Been great having Ontario Sire Stakes with us on track tonight. Nathan Bain, his best bet selection here. Number 1, Raptors 1, 5-2 morning line, 6-5 right here, and now has an inside advantage. James MacDonald on board. James already in the winner's circle earlier with Velvet Stinger. Get a great shot here with Raptors 1. Again, a best bet selection for Nathan Bain, and maybe one final time checking in with Nathan here prior to race number 8. Let's talk about that best bet selection you have pegged here in race 8, Nathan.
Yeah, when I was handicapping this card, it was pretty hard to narrow down a best bet. These are pretty wide open races, and kudos to the Clinton Race Office for putting this card together because it wasn't easy. We've seen a lot. We've seen some value players come through. We've seen favorites like Greystone E&O, so it's kind of a variety of things, but I think Raptors 1, you got James McDonald on for trainer Nick Colucci. And this one, I think maybe able to show some early speed from the road. I'm not really familiar with the horse that much, but I like what I've seen from this Big Jim filly in previous starts up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And I think she should get a good share in there.
James McDonald, no stranger to the winner's circle here in London. He was there with a Velvet Stinger back in race number 6. Here in the 8th, a best bet selection with number 1, Raptors win. What's the vibe down around the paddock right now as we get closer to the Forest City Pace and Camluck Classic, Nathan?
Well, obviously the pressure is a lot more now, and it's still it's great racing action. And I got a chance to catch up with Jody Jamieson for tonight's 9th race.
Great.
And that's number 4, Cool Muscle, and he really likes his chances with Cool Muscle in there. Second start off the bench, and we both agreed that second start off the bench is a lot better. You know, the first one sometimes is a tightener, so this one should be good to go. And Jody said he's familiar with the horse and had some luck with it in the preferred previously up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So this is obviously might be a bit of a easier group. So Cool Muscle, I think that one can bounce back. So, you know, I put that one on top, and that was a tough group. So it made me feel better about my choice after hearing what Jody had to say about him.
Right on. Second start off the layoff, and Jody Jamieson liking his chances with number 4, Cool Muscle, race number 9, leg 2 of this late pick 4 in London. You know what, Nathan? Between the next few races, going to get real busy here. We've got Ontario Sire Stakes presentations for both the Johnston Cup winners and Lambton Cup winners from 2020 and 2021, following race number 8. Following race 9, I believe, driver intros, right, for the Camluck Classic. Always wonderful sight here, trackside, should the weather hold. Right now, the weather's holding up pretty good.
Well, hopefully the weather keeps cooperating. Lots of great racing, and it's been a pleasure to be here tonight. And so hopefully lots of great more racing, and we got the Forest City Pace, and you know, I'll just quickly some thoughts before they come out on the Forest City. You got Gia's Surreal, so much more, and post position means so much here.
Yeah.
And I think if so much more can get a good trip, you know, but Gia's Surreal's got that half-mile experience, so that could work to her advantage. Then in the Camluck Classic, you got Tattoo Artist, Jimmy Freight, and it's who's ever going to be closest up. And I think we're going to see some battles in these big races, so I'm looking forward to it. So best of luck to everyone.
Are you sticking to Tattoo Artist in the Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms?
I am, and if I could put both of them on top, I would. It just, before the driving come on, I'm like, whatever one draws to the inside, I think I might go with. But
right on.
Who knows? I like both the horses, so I'd be happy. And it's a great race, too.
You betcha. Thanks so much. Nathan Bain, live from the paddock here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. You can get a good look at our paddock cam there and the horses and drivers getting set to Pulse Parade here. One final event for Ontario Sire Stakes this evening. Final division, grassroots leg 1, 3-year-old pacing fillies here in race number 8. Emma Christophorou, wonderful job as parade marshal tonight on board the Painted Pony. Beautiful shot there of the Painted Pony leading out the post parades all evening long. Beautiful horse. Wonderful job, Emma. Thanks so much for being here with us on our big night. It's been a while, right? 3 years between Camluck Classic nights here in London. It's great to have it back. Here's the one. Raptors 1 for Millar Farms. Nick Colucci trained. James McDonald driven. Number 2, it'll be Mary, Keep On Burnin'. For Jamie Copley, along with Mark and Muriel Smith. Shane Barrington trains. Trevor Henry in the bike. Mary, Keep On Burning. Number 3, Creme Delight for Rachel Breathauer, along with Dean Lockhart, Wayne Carlton, and Dean Campbell. Murray Breathauer training. Bob McClure in the sulky. Hunter Sellers, along with Michael Kwiatkowski, sharing ownership on 4, Motivation, with Michael training Louis Philippois. Jason Ryan's up on 5. Terror Beach for Harness Horsepower Inc. His trainer is Ben Wallace. Jeff Gillis owning and training 6. Addison Sealster. Jordan Stratton, welcome back. And number 7 outside, Ribbon Ridge. Anthony Hahn, Pottits for Ross Holmes and Bud Sinclair, Bud Trains. And from the trailing spot, 8, Warwick Expat. It's for Jeff Korchesny, along with Mart West Racing Stable, Gabe Sasso, the trainer. It's Jody Jameson in the driver's seat. That is your 8-horse field. Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing fillies are up next. Exactor, Try, the Superfecta. It's the start of our late pick 4. Getting a look right now to top selection for Robert Reed Jr., number 4, Motivation. I know, Robert, you set up tonight's late pick 4 ticket ideas. We go back to race 7, Greystone E&O. He had to earn that victory.
Yeah, it was not what I was expecting there. You know, first over for a long way, and really gritty and determined effort. And you know, and listen, Lauren House was out there a long way, and I mean, both of them. That's a lot of determination to still get there and get the job done. And some tenuous moments, but still emerged on top as we expected he would.
He had to go when he did. You know, if he doesn't move when he did, there's a real chance of him getting boxed in there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there was no question. He had to move at that point in time. And you know that James isn't going to just, you know, let him go at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, you've already been used pretty hard to get there, and the last thing you're going to do is let one go. So it was really impressive. And, you know, obviously the one that, you know, they call Top Colt gets the job done. Yeah.
Here's your top selection, Top Filly. She's scoring down around the turn here. She looks all right. Motivation.
Yeah, she looks a bit better now. You know, I didn't like the way she looked in the first turn, but now a little bit better now. I was hoping she'd look a little bit better.
Not going a whole lot. You know, he did chase her up a little bit down the stretch, and I was thinking she'd kind of kick it in a little bit. You know, she's smooth enough. I don't know if she's actually showing enough interest here.
Yeah, I don't know, Sugar. I don't know what to make of it, because she's a horse that I've seen, you know, with some snap, you know, early in some of her starts, and I was hoping we'd see a little bit more in that score down, but we'll be, I guess, left to see how it goes in the race now. 2-1 on her. Look, top choice. I'll be honest, I almost made her my best bet on the card.
Wow.
And I switched to Mass Attack in the opener. I really like her last few efforts. They don't maybe look so sexy on paper,
right?
But she got into a lot of trouble, I thought, in her first 2 back off a layoff, and last time was in too tough, but still came home in 54 seconds flat. So I think that, you know, she fits well with this group, and I'm hoping she gets pointed tonight.
Right on. Motivation is exactly what she's going to need off the starting car, because, like I said, didn't score down real quick, but he did try to chase her up a little bit. But here's this one, Raptors one. It's a best bet selection for Nathan Bain. My top selection in here, I'm going to stick to it. James McDonald, Nick Gallucci already in the winner's circle. This one likely a little more slick or gated.
Yeah, definitely more slicker gated. I just had a little bit of concern with where she kind of gets away here, right? She's got the pole position, but you can see, you don't see that she's really left out too much. Now, that can change tonight with the rail, obviously. She's 4-5 on the board. Look, I doubted these connections earlier with Velvet Stinger. I ate some crow. I might do it again right here. But, you know, I look for opportunities to kind of create value, and I knew that they'd both be, you know, kind of bet down. And this one right now at 4-5. So my third choice in the race, I did leave her off my multi-leg tickets, but if she goes out and wins, would I be surprised? Absolutely not.
How about the 8, Warwick Expat? I like this horse now. I've got it pegged in my top 3. I believe you do too.
Yeah, this one, you know, pegged for 4th right now, actually, I believe. But one that, listen, really good last year on a half-mile surface. This year, 2 seconds. She's got 5 starts on the short track overall, a win, 2 seconds and 2/3. Love the way she, you know, handled herself at Grenver last year in the Battle of the Bells, and I think that this one, you know, at 9-1 right now, certainly prevents some value. And if you like the 1 Raptors 1 in here, well, you get the one that gets to follow her out at a much bigger price, and one that I think's been racing good enough that you have to give her a little bit of respect in here. Certainly more than 9-1 on the board right now. One that we get pegged as a fringe player in here, number 2, Mary Keep On Burning,
Trevor Henry on board for Shane Barrington. That's been a strong team over at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Real strong team, and this horse I thought last time raced a lot better than advertised in the program. I would not be surprised to see her emerge on top, and that's why I used both her and Motivation in my multi-leg tickets.
Okay, you're on 2-4, 4-2, maybe for an exactor box in this opening leg of a late pick four. The starter is calling for the fillies one final time. Ontario Sire Stakes action set to go behind the gate here in London. Gates moving. One final Ontario Sires Stakes event for the 3-year-old pacing fillies this evening. Raptors 1, Mary Keep On Burning, Creme Delight, Motivation, Terror Beach, Addison Sealster, Ribbon Ridge, back tearing it, Warrawee Expat, 1/8 of a mile from the start. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Raptors 1 with that rail advantage to get out there and on top, and plugged in from the back there. Off stride went the 2, Mary Keep On Burning, and scattered a few. But they're all still up and all still in it. The front 2 with early separation being Raptors 1, and from the trailing spot, Warrawee Expat. They're 1-2 as they make their way to the quarter mile. It's going to be Creme Delight to race from 3rd. Motivation looks at it from 4th. Terror Beach is 5th best away, coming through to be 6th. Was Addison Sealster, settled down back pacing after the first turn miscue. Mary Keep On Burning, and the trailer on the inside, a Ribbon Ridge, 28-2, comfortable opening quarter mile speed here for the odds-on fave. Raptors 1, and at 10-1, Warrawee Expat will enjoy this 2-hole ride. Long shot, Creme Delight looks at it from 3rd. It's Motivation closing up at 8-5 to race from 4th, a gap of 5 or 6 lengths to Terror Beach, who's fumbly gated outside and around that. Addison Sealster next to last, Ribbon Ridge, and the trailer continues to be Mary Keep On Burning. 57-3 halftime. Raptors 1 on top, 2nd best, and staying with Warrawee Expat, continuing 3rd, though being chased up at that Creme Delight. A peek to the outside of 4th. There goes Motivation. Motivation motivated here by Waugh as they head on over to 3/4. Raptors 1 there in 1:26. They were 28-2 through the 3rd. Raptors 1 into the final turn. Warrawee Expat has been staying with, and a little steppy on the outside in 3rd, and now 4th went Motivation from the pocket. Warrawee Expat and Jody up and against Raptors 1 into the stretch. Raptors 1 finding more. Warrawee Expat trying to make it happen. It won't though. It's Raptors 1, James McDonald and Gallucci in again for Ontario Sire Stakes action. Warrawee Expat was 2nd. Creme Delight finishing 3rd. Motivation 4th. 154-4. Judges' inquiry here. They're going to review action on the winner through the final turn. Possible pylon violation by the winner on that final turn, holding all tickets. Again, it's a judge's inquiry involving the unofficial winner. They're going to review action rounding the final turn. Possible pylon violation. Hold all tickets. You can bring him back, James. Raptors 1 is coming back. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Big Jim, out of Riveting by no pan intended, for owners, breeders, Millar Farms. Nick Gallucci training. James McDonald driving a pair of victories this evening in Ontario Sire Stakes actions for the connections of McDonald, Gallucci, and Millar Farms. Here's the Ontario Sire Stakes sheet presentation. On track representing Ontario Sire Stakes this evening, Sandra Snyder, Karen Allen. Here's Raptors 1 in the winner's circle following a 154-4 gate-to-wire victory, second career win. That's her second on the season here, coming in her Raceway debut. Raptors 1, odds-on favorite here at 4-5, victorious. Doubling up in stakes action this evening for McDonald, Gallucci, and Millar Farms. Congratulations. Ongoing judges' inquiry here. They are reviewing action by the one, rounding the final turn. A number of Camluck Classic starters out and on track for their warm-ups this evening, folks. Direct your attention on track and you'll see a number of Camluck Classic starters on their warm-ups. Now in front of the grandstand, we'll see number 2, Twin B Tough Enough. Todd Moore driving for new owner Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Twin B Tough Enough for the new connections at a post 2 for the Camluck Classic. Here's the 1, Poseidon Sealster down in front. Number 5, Jimmy Freight. 7 outside, American History on the warm-up. Fun at the Beach. In from Yonkers, Jordan Stratton will drive. Again, many of the Camluck Classic starters out and on track for their warm-ups right now.
All right, trackside in the winner's circle with James McDonald, winning driver aboard Raptors 1 in that division of the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots. First of all, James, quick question just about the inquiry there. Any concern or worry with that?
No, she heard Jody edge out and she tried to bolt and just darted in on me a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it was just 1 or maybe 2 pylons. I'm pretty confident. I haven't had a chance to see it, but that's what it felt like on track. So, no, not really.
With this horse in particular, Raptors 1, 5th start of her career, how important is it for a horse like her to kind of get that education?
Yeah, big time. I've been trying to teach her and race her off the pace, and last week it just didn't work out at all. But tonight, you got the rail on a half-mile track. That's when you got to go. So the gate opened, and she was more than willing. So once she made front, it was I got to rate her a little bit. I was pretty confident that she'd be strong.
And 2 wins tonight, obviously, for the connections of yourself, Gallucci, and Millar Farms, the other one being Velvet Stinger. Not the prettiest going horse out there. I mean, just wondering what it's like to be in the driver's seat on one like that.
Just kind of hold on. I know the horse. I've driven her every start of her life, or maybe I didn't once at 2, but she can really go good in the turns, and she struggles in the straightaways. So I thought she would be good here, but then I didn't get off the gate very good, and I was confident if they raced a little bit. She's got such a good kick to her. As long as I could keep her in the same area code as them, that she would give me a good run. And I moved her 3 deep in the last turn. She just really kicked into gear. People are saying, oh, she's really sloppy down the lane, but that's just anyone that's watched her starts, that's her.
And, looking ahead now in the 2, big races, the Forest City, you've got so much more. And, of course, in the Camluck Classic, Tattoo Artists, in with a good chance in both of those. Just a quick thought on both of those horses?
Yeah, so much more. I mean, I think it would be, I don't think there's a person in the grandstand not cheering for her tonight. Hometown connections. She's just an absolute warrior. There's no better way to put it. She puts it all on the line every time she races. She's got a bad post tonight, 6-hole, in with such a deep field of mares. She's got her work cut out for her, but anyone that's ever watched her race, she's up for it. So some kind of a trip, if I can find something, I am really confident in the big girl. And tattoo artist, you know, he's just crazy fast, high speeds. So I don't know what to expect. You know, the first 8th will likely be hot, but we'll just see what transpires and see what we have to do and play it by ear.
Thanks, James. Good luck in those two and the rest of the way through the car. James McDonald, winning driver aboard Raptors 1 in a division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old fillies. Perfect, buddy.
Alrighty, wonderful job there. Robert Reed Jr., live interview with James McDonald. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a winner circle presentation coming up with the Ontario Sire Stakes. Johnston Cup winners from 2020 and 2021. Those would be the leading trainers through Ontario Sire Stakes action, and for the Lampman Cup for the leading drivers through 2020 and 2021 Ontario Sire Stakes action. The trainers, Greg McNair in 2021, Sean Stacey for 2020. They win the Johnston Cups. And for 2020 driving, winner of the Lampman Cup, Bob McClure. Winner for 2021 Lampman Cup, James MacDonald. Those are the presentations you are seeing in the winner's circle here right now. Billy O'Donnell there as well, with a gentleman receiving mention there from Ontario Sire Stakes. Again, those were your Johnston Cup and Lampman Cups winners from 2020-2021 Ontario Sire Stakes action. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thanks so much to Sandra Snyder, Karen Allen, representing Ontario Sire Stakes here on track with us this evening. Very good possibility, folks. If you're with us trackside, I think we're going to do some T-shirt tossing right now. It appears Bob McClure and James MacDonald, Greg McNair, Sean Stacey, make some noise. These guys are going to throw some T-shirts. All right, thanks so much, gentlemen. Congratulations. 370 to win there in race number 8 with the Raptors 1. Best bet selection there for Nathan Bain. Exacta came back at $18 even, and that's all right. $1 try, worth $72.80. The Super for a buck, $211.30. Raptors 1 was a winner. Mary Keep On Burnin' 8. Creme Delight was 3rd. Motivation 4th. Terra Beach 6. Addison Sealster 5th. Ribbon Ridge was 7th. Warwick Expat finished 2nd. It was a trip in 54-4 for Raptors 1, and a pair of victories for James MacDonald, Nick Gallucci, and Millar Farms in Ontario Sire Stakes action. Top down at 183-4-6-5-7-2. Our 9th up next, it's the Princeton Farms Preferred Trot, $15,000 purse. 8 trotters for this exactor try, superfecta the start of a late pick 3. We're going to give you about 11 minutes to think about it.
Hi, I'm Ace, and this is my boy Dallas.
My wife Denise and I own Amber Same Day Delivery out of Niagara. We are a courier business. When you have a big family like this and you are running a business, you have to find ways to economize. Now, I know you horse people are in the same boat, so I'd like to give you a break. Daily service fee is $5,000, but if you have survived COVID and you're still in business, I think you deserve $1,000 off. You can take another 15 off if you just add a picture, video, or comment about your Dally on Facebook. That takes Dally service fee from $5,000 down to $2,500. Let's face it, everybody deserves a break. Thank you for your support. Together we'll survive COVID and come out stronger on the other side. God bless you all.
B. Stoney, Stag Party, and B. Stoney. B. Stoney looked to get into the final stride for Henry in 150 and 3.
Dream Pair, Jet Fire for Mark Campbell.
Sun, Fire, Wind, Rain will draw clear to win.
And here's My Baby Girl and Jameson on the outside with a rally in the lane to win. My Baby Girl in front.
Getting close to a post parade here. It's the Princeton Farms preferred trot up next. Field of 8 going behind the gate here shortly for an exactor try. Superfect at the start of late pick 3. Okay, it looks like we're getting set then for a Princeton Farms Preferred 3 trotting post parade. Stand by. Three more to go here in London. We've got the Princeton Farms Preferred. We've got the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms, and then the Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms in our finale. Here we go. J-Port High Class, the 1 for Ted Melchers, along with Geis Vierste, Greg Dustin, trains and drives. Number 2, Esquire, Louis Philippois for Brandon Guerra, the trainers Marc Godard. Dave Boughton on number 3, Bastiano. For Bernie Parr, the trainer is Don Lindsay. Jody Jamieson up on 4, Cool Muscle. For V and Jessica Hayter, it's Jessica training. Then the 5, Aussie Lover, tries for 3 in a row for a numbered Canada Limited, along with Gord Remen. Gord trains Jay Harris. Number 6 is Phoenix for Sebastien Leblanc. It's a Richard Morrow training. James McDonald in the sulky. Ron Tass also on the ownership line there. The 7 is Seen a Magician. Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Jennifer Pinkerton. And to round this one out from the trending spot, 8, Arrakis. Bob McClure for the owner-trainer Francis Guillemet. Those are your 8 preferred trotters, purse $15,000. Sponsored by Princeton Farms, Exactor, Try, the Superfecta. It's the start of our late pick 3. Getting a look right here at number 4, Cool Muscle, a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. I've got him pegged as a top 2 player in here, and I like what I heard from Nathan Bain. Jody was talking to Nathan, loves his chances here with number 4, Cool Muscle.
Yeah, and I think you should, Sugar, because Cool Muscle's one that usually does pick up his game in his second and third start back off a layoff. I thought the effort last time was a good one. You know, ended up being the runner-up to Aussie Lover at 70 cents to the dollar, but it just looks like one that really suits this group well and gets a start from post 4. Now, 2-1 on the board is not what I wanted to see. I was really hoping this one, would be a bit of a better price than that.
For me, he seems to be facing tougher this time out than he did in his return race where he was second best. I know Coulter, he shook him up pretty good as much as he could in the late going, and the horse tried enough and actually was getting to the winner there shortly after the finish last time. So I think you're right. The second best, or the second time around off the layoff, Jody Jamieson, very familiar behind this fella, but you're right. The price is kind of short right now at 2-1.
Yeah, not one that I get too excited about in a win ticket, but I think he should present a lot more value in those multi-leg wagers.
Okay, number 2, Esquire, Louis Philippois, 9-5 morning line right now is an odds-on favorite here, and I've used him for third in my selections. You've got him pegged second.
Yeah, I put him in the second spot, and he's been in good form at Mohawk Park and had some, decent races here as well. Gets along well with Louis Philippois, and love the way he was buzzing around the track when he first came out, too. He's kind of, slowed up a little bit right now, looks more relaxed, but he was really, buzzing around, and I think we're going to see him, forwardly placed off the switch.
Nice tall trotter, number 2, Esquire. My top selection here, I know you didn't include this one in your top 4. It's the 6, Phoenix. Now, I went to this one because he's been racing some much tougher classes over Woodbine Mohawk Park than the rest of them that are coming in from the big track.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And, well, I've faded 3 horses tonight, right, on angles that I didn't think they were going to like it too much here at the Raceway. They all won. So this is the 4th one. So
this is number 4.
This is number 4. So maybe you just go to the bank on Phoenix here. Look at Phoenix, if you look at who he's been racing against, especially you go down, numbers of 20,000 last 5, and I mean competitive in there too. To this class, he should go out there and beat them with ease, you would think. But not the easiest going type of trotter. Does make breaks at times. And right now, James McDonald keeping him relaxed on the track. But, one that I couldn't really get too excited about over a half and from post 6. So 5-2 right now. I guess if you like him, it's not bad value and one that kind of stands out, but not for me.
I like him. I like the quick back half in his latest. I know he just managed a 5th place finish there, but 55-3 on the end. Trainer Richard Morrow, James McDonald starting to catch on here this evening. He's been to the winner's circle twice in Ontario Sire Stakes action. Here's a Princeton Farms preferred trot up next. Less than a minute to play. Any final thoughts on this one?
Just hoping that Cool Muscle floats up in price, 2-1. One that I was kind of excited about to actually play, and vertically in this race, whether it be exotics or a win ticket, and 2-1. It's hard to get excited about that price on one that you were expecting, maybe 4-1 on. So, again, I'm going to stick with him as my top choice. I mean, if you look for value, Arrakis right now it's 16-1, trailing post. I get it, but not in bad form. Certainly one that I think can land in the exotics. So maybe I'll use him underneath somewhere.
I saw this race as one of the more wide open events. I know in my multi-leg wagers I was going 6 deep in here, so it's one of those races. It's there's nothing really jumping off the page at me. I'm going to stick with my top selection, Phoenix. I know the 4 Cool Muscle. I know you're high on him. I know Nathan is high on him. Even Jody, who's driving tonight, is very high on him. But he's 6-1 in the morning line. I think we both expected him to be at least 4 or 5-1 in here.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm a little bit surprised. And the money's come the whole way through the betting. It's not like it came late. It was there early, and it's just stayed consistent throughout.
All right, we've got a preferred 3 trot for Princeton Farms, and then we've got the Forest City pace for Mac Lily Farms, Camluck Classic, Finale for Sealster Farms. 3 more to go. The trotters are in behind. Jport High Class, then Esquire, Bastiano, Cool Muscles in the center, then Aussie Lover, Phoenix, Cena Magician, and in the trailing spot, Arrakis. I can tell you right now, number 6, Phoenix, off stride behind the gate. 3-1 shot, number 6, Phoenix. Off stride behind the gate. Here they come. They're off from the outside. Cena Magician. Garrett Rooney sending from the center. Cool Muscle. And down towards the inside, Esquire. Esquire in full flight as they go around that opening turn. Cena Magician from the outside. Mounting a challenge here in the early going at 30-1. Cena Magician found the big 2-hole ride for Garrett Rooney. So it's going to be the 9-5 second choice ahead of one of the longest shots on the board here. Cena Magician at 30-1 will follow Esquire through a quarter mile. It was quick. 27-3. Cool Muscle closed up here at even money to race from 3rd. It's Bastiano looking at it from 4th. A quick move on the outside. Now into 5th goes Aussie Lover. Arrakis is next in line to be 6th. 7th is Jport High Class, and well back and out of it, Phoenix. Down in front of us, they travel. Esquire. Esquire on top. Second best now, Cool Muscle. Right to the wheel of the leader, Cena Magician still up there in the top 3. Aussie Lover towed up into it, though he's gapping slightly on the cover 4th. A buried 5th for Bastiano. Setting it up 3rd over was Arrakis. And then Jport High Class, 57-3 halftime. Nice breather of 30 seconds flat through the second frame. Esquire and Cool Muscle, these two eyeballing each other. Cool Muscle went by. Jody sending Cool Muscle on by 3/4, 126-1. And now it's a clear lead. Cool Muscle on top by a length and a half. Esquire is all alone trotting from 2nd, 3 wide on the outside. Arrakis has moved into 3rd. Aussie Lover sticking around. Cena Magician along the inside 5th. Jport High Class with some late trot. Cool Muscle is almost there. Cool Muscle on top by 2. Esquire second best tonight. It's Cool Muscle. Jameson on board for the haters. Second best was Esquire. Then Arrakis. It appeared to be Jport High Class in for 4th. 156-1. It was Cool Muscle in the Princeton Farms preferred. It's the 4 Cool Muscle on top here over 2 Esquire, then the 8 Arrakis and 1 J-Port High Class. 4, 2, 8, and 1. It's unofficial. Returning to the winners circle, number 4, Cool Muscle, the 8-year-old son of Muscle Mass, out of Canada Cool by Angus Hall. For via Jessica Hayter, Jessica trains. Jody Jameson on board for this victory. Sharp winning effort, his second start back off the layoff. 156-1, his 18th career win, of course, first on the season after finishing second best in his season debut here to Aussie Lover a week ago tonight. Here's Cool Muscle moving in to the winner's circle at the Raceway at Western Fair District in winning the Princeton Farms Preferred Race. Congratulations, he raced large. Cool Muscle, he paid $4.10. Exactor $10.30. The dollar try, it's worth $33.25. The super for $1, $216.30. The 20 setter, it's worth $43.26. J-Port High Class was 4th, Esquire 2nd, Bastiano 7, Cool Muscle was a winner, Aussie Lover 5th, Phoenix was 8th, Cena Magician 6th, the Rackus 3rd, the Mile 156-1, sending it down to Robert Reed Jr. and winning driver Jody Jameson on some thoughts from race 9.
All right, here in the winner's circle with Jody Jameson, winning driver aboard Cool Muscle in the Princeton Farms Preferred Trot. Listen, so you were really confident with this one tonight. And I got to say that, you know, of all the drivers that, you know, exude confidence in horses, when you like one, they typically find the winner's circle. Tell me about that.
Well, I just thought this horse tonight was the best in the race. I think he's got the most class. I mean, he shows lines right in the preferred there in his last 6 down at Mohawk. So I just wanted to make sure I give him a clean trip, nobody in front of me sort of thing. And he did the rest. He just won pretty handily.
We've got obviously the 2 big races coming up, and you're in both of them and with a shot in each of those contests. How important is it to, you know, have multiple drives throughout the night to get a feeling of how the track is playing?
I think it's really important. I think Jordan Stratton got a drive earlier. I don't think he's driven here before, at least not tonight. And you know, he got a little lay of the land, and the rest of us been going all night. So I think it's a good thing to get accustomed to the track, see how the track's playing, see what's happening out on the racetrack. So, and it gives you a little, you're a little more relaxed when you go to the gate in the big one.
So in the Forest City Pace, you've got the Barn Dogs watching. You get to work from the pole position. One that has not found the winner's circle yet this year, but it's not for lack of strong efforts. What do you think your chances are?
I think she's got a great chance. Her first start back, or second start back, she was chasing down so much more down by the wire. You know, and last week she went a huge trip on her own. I pulled the 2-hole early, and she had to do a lot more work than the winner. You know, with the rail, I'm not sure how much of an advantage the rail is here tonight, but she's got the rail. I got the shortest distance to go around, and we're going to see what happens.
Okay, in the Camluck Classic, not the best post to work from, but a pretty solid horse in Ocean Rock. You know, what would the game plan be, and what are the chances?
Well, if I told you the game plan, I'd have to kill you, so I can't tell you the game plan. So, but listen, the horse won the Breeders' Crown last year at the Meadowlands for Danny Noble and his team. He gave me a few tidbits of information about the horse. The horse has warmed up great, according to Bo and Tisha. So, you know, sky's the limit. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Jody. Congratulations. Good luck in the next 2 races. Jody Jameson, winner of the Princeton Farms Preferred Trot aboard Cool Muscle.
Wonderful job, Jody Jamieson on Winning with Cool Muscle. Wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr. with us for his on-track commentary, Winner's Circle interviews. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for our driver intros. If you're with us on track, now's the time to head on outside, go trackside to enjoy these driver intros. All these drivers competing in the $150,000 Camluck Classic finale presented by Sealster Farms. Again, driver intros coming up trackside here shortly. Stand by. So again, it's wonderful to see the Camluck Classic night return here to London. It's been away for 3 years. The last time we did this was 2019. So again, so wonderful to have it back, and a nice presence on track this evening, as well as we get set to introduce the drivers here for the 2022 edition of the Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. Tony, if you could just line them up from post position order 1 through 8, left to right. So on the left, we'll need Bob McClure up first, next to Bob, Tyler Moore, and so on. So again, if you can line up in post position order, left to right, Bob McClure, then we're going to have Tyler Moore, James McDonald, Jordan Stratton, Louis Philippois, Jody Jamieson, Travis Cullen, and Trevor Henry. So we're going to start it here on the right with Bob McClure, right? Yes, indeed. We're going to the right. Bob McClure, just shy of 3,000 career driving victories. He's now won over $35 million in purse earnings during his 14 years in the sulky. He was the winning driver of the Hambletonian winner there in 2019 and received the O'Brien Award for Canada's Driver of the Year in 2020. And here he will be driving Poseidon Sealster tonight, Bob McClure. Coming in off a career best year for earnings, he has over 600 driving wins, almost $5 million earned in the bike. His career highlight victory could very well be his 2012 Gold Cup and Saucer victory aboard 18 at Charlottetown. Tonight he tries for the big win here in London on board Twinbee Tough Enough, Tyler Moore. He's the reigning Keith Waples Driver of the Year in Canada with 2,780 career driving wins, over $46 million earned lifetime. He's fresh off a 149 win aboard Lion Drive Hanover, now the fastest horse ever to pace a Canadian half-miler. Tonight his speedster will be Tattoo Artist. Give it up for James McDonald. He was the winner of our signature race, driving Bit of a Legend here in 2017, and now 5 years later, he's come back for another try. There's a good chance he'll go over 5,000 career driving wins this season. Tonight, he'll look to add to his career money totals of $83 million aboard the Invader. Fun at the beach. Welcome back, Jordan Stratton. He drove our track record holder, Rock and Ron, to a 150-3 Camluck Classic victory in 2018. He captured the Ontario Regional Driving Championship held here just a few weeks ago. Now with over $30 million earned, he'll soon make it to 2,000 career driving victories. In the bike of Jimmy Frake will be Louis Philippois. He's won a lot of big races all over the world, but he has yet to win our signature event here in London, Canada's Driver of the Year in 2007 and 2009. Plus, he was the 2011 World Driving Champion. 8,436 career wins, $140 million plus in purse earnings. Tonight, he gets the call on Ocean Rock. Here he is, Jody Jamieson. He quickly made a name for himself in the business of winning horse races in Western Canada and then moved his show on to Ontario. Now with 1,813 career wins, almost $14 million earned in purse money, he'll have the outside post to overcome aboard American History, Travis Cullen. He drove upset for the ages winner Eagle Luck to a track record 151-1 victory in our big race back in 2008 with over 7,000 driving wins, $71 million earned. He enjoyed driving Desperate Man to a 2021 North America Cup victory, and tonight he gets the assignment aboard This Is the Plan, back in London, back in a big way. Trevor Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your lineup of drivers competing in this year's $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. Thanks so much for being with us here tonight, gentlemen, and wishing you best of luck, good horse racing. It should be a dandy. Moments away from a post parade now of the Forest City Pace for Mares presented by Mac Lily Farms. We'll have Jeff Lilly of Mac Lily Farms presenting to the winner in connections as well. Western Fair District CEO Reg Ash on hand. Racing manager, of course, Tony Elliott will be in the winner's circle as well. Following race number 10. Again, it's the Forest City Pace returning to London. Age Pacing Mares up next, presented by Mac Lily Farms. Here we go with an Ontario Best Bet selection. Number 2, Gia Surreal, a half-mile track specialist. Solid winner in her latest over Yonkers. It was 152-2 for number 2, Gia Surreal, in her latest south of the border. She's a Best Bet selection for Ontario Racing's Melissa Keith. Currently at 9-5. Second choice. Some of the best pacing mares in North America competing in the $50,000 Forest City Pace up next, presented by Mac Lily Farms. I can tell you the track record for mares in jeopardy. It's 10 years since Camille won here in 152-4. That's the overall track record for age pacing mares. Camille, it happened back in September of 2012, 10 years ago. Track record for mares in jeopardy here. Race 10, the return of the Forest City Pace. You see the mares involved in the Forest City Pace. $50,000 purse presented by Mac Lily Farms. Their caretakers will walk them out on track for a post parade. I do have the names of all the grooms competing with their horses in both the Forest City Pace and Camluck Classic. On track. Number 1, the Barn Dogs Watching. Caretaker is Shauna Henderson, owned by Julie Ferguson, Lloyd Stone, Dave Maneri Condition, Jody Jameson Driven. Number 2, it'll be Gia Surreal. Caretaker is Steve Davis, owned by James Graham, along with Ed Perrin and Lee Winters, trained by Don Lindsay, Bob McClure. Dream Dancing 3. Justin Turcotte, the caretaker for Adriano Sorella. Trainer Richard Morrow, the driver Louis Philippois. Jody Cullen, the caretaker for 4, Snow Shark. Jody and Travis Cullen sharing ownership with Margaret and Keith Hanna, with Jody training Travis Cullen in the bike. Rafael Barassa, the caretaker for 5, She's None Better. Brad Grant owning, Richard Morrow trains. Trevor Henry. Cole England, co-owner and caretaker of 6, So Much More, sharing ownership with Don and Ken Beatson. Don trains. James MacDonald on board, Canada's pacing queen. Number 7, Karma Sealster, caretaker is Susie McNair, owned by Karen Hover, along with a Shady Hill Racing Stable trained by Greg McNair. Jordan Stratton catch driving. And then the 8, Major League, owned by Ed and Ashley Hensley. Ashley, the trainer and caretaker tonight, with Ed doing the driving. Number 8, Major League. That is a great-looking field of age pacing mares to contest the return of the $50,000 Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms. There's a look at number 6, So Much More. She's even money right now. James McDonald in search of a driving triple. So Much More. She's been here before. Her last start in London, a stakes victory here in 2019. It was 154-4. And that winning time, it's been very popular throughout the night for Ontario Sire Stakes action, Robert. 154-4, I believe 3 of them were timed that, and that's exactly what So Much More did here 3 years ago, 2019, in her stakes victory.
Yeah, and I was actually in the winner's circle that day, and Tyler Borth was aboard. I got a selfie with him afterwards, and I think sometimes, even myself, I forget that So Much More is so good over a half-mile surface. I think that we kind of just remember her for the recent years and her domination of, the aged pacing mare division. But, that was a nice effort, too, back in 2019 over this surface. So, listen, I couldn't go against her tonight, Sugar. I think So Much More is clearly the one to beat. And post 6 and all, I think she's the best in here, and I think James will work out the right trip. Even money is about the price I expected, and I won't go against her.
Wonderful story in the local paper here today with trainer Don Beatson and So Much More. She's been a real gift for that family since coming up from Prince Edward Island. They've been very happy with her as she nears $1 million in career earnings. Here's a look at number 2, Gia Surreal. This would be a best bet selection for Melissa Keith, Ontario Racing. She was so good last time out over Yonkers, winning in 52-2. I mentioned our track record for age pacing mares, 152-4. What's it like down there? You're outside and in the infield. Is it cool? Is it mild enough for a track pacing record?
I mean, I think so. I mean, listen, we didn't think it was at Flamborough Downs either, right?
True enough. That was a cool night for 49 flat.
It was, and I would say we're certainly in better shape than that night anyways. So, listen, would it surprise me? I don't think so. I think this is a quality field, and we've got some real barn burners in here, and Gia Surreal is one of them. Post 2 to work from, and speed off the gate. I mean, that's what her edge is tonight, right? That's why she's 3-2 versus the 4-5 right now, and the clear second choice, and maybe that tightens up to even be closer to even come post time. But for me, I went the other direction, but Gia Surreal, yeah, she's the main danger for sure.
Jody Jameson, you spoke with in the winner's circle and mentioned the Barn Dogs Watching, yet to win in 2022, but right there in her latest against She's None Better.
Yeah, and racing good. I mean, she's been racing well at the preferred level too, right? So, I mean, you can't really knock her, even though she's winless in 7 so far. I mean, I know there's some concern really from the pole position for her. She's not really the type that can really use that to her advantage, and if that's the case, it's not really the best spot here at the Raceway. But 7-1 on the board right now. I think she's the logical one to use in the bottom end of the trifecta, and right now she is the clear third choice.
How about double digits outside post 7, Karma Seelster?
She's interesting to me. I didn't use her in the top 4, but I kind of struggled with that because, I mean, I think she's plenty good enough in here. I mean, she's coming off a bit of time, and I guess that's one of the main concerns, and obviously the post is a big deterrent as well. But listen, she's good enough to go with these if she's A, ready to roll, and B, can work at a decent trip.
Right on. Wonderful job. Robert Reed Jr., the starter, has called for North America's best pacing mares to line up. Gates moving. Here we go. The Barn Dogs watching Jody Jamieson, Gia Surreal, Bob McClure, Dream Dancing, Louis Philippois, Snow Shark, Travis Cullen, She's None Better, Trevor Henry, so much more. James McDonald, Karma Seelster, Jordan Stratton, back to your Major League, Ed Hensley. It's the return of the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms. Race 10 in London starts right now. They're off. Gia Surreal first off the car, though along the inside, the Barn Dogs watching, and Jody, they're off stride. Off stride went the one, the Barn Dogs watching. That's going to leave Major League from the back tier spot with a big 2-hole ride. Gia Surreal already on top by 2.5 lengths. Extreme long shot, the longest shot on the board. Major League will follow the 4-5 favorite on through an opening quarter mile. A Dream Dancing a second, 27-3 was the quarter mile speed. So traveling in 4th is a Snow Shark. 5th best was She's None Better. She stayed in. Going out from 6 with so much more. Following on the live cover will be Karma Seelster. Back down pacing, though a gapped off trailer now is the Barn Dogs watching. Down in front of us they travel. Gia Surreal being left alone here at 4-5 for Bob McClure. The lead is 2 full lengths. He took a peek over his shoulder, and there's nothing coming. They can't get close. 56-4. The halftime for Gia Surreal. It's Major League towing along Snow Shark with a big rushing and brushing move as they get on by the 5-8. Snow Shark quickly with a challenge now for Gia Surreal. Major League is all alone in 3rd. So much more. Just took 4th. A buried 5th for Dream Dancing. Out there in 6th was Karma Seelster. They're going big time speed through the 3rd. 124-3, 27-4, 3rd fraction for Gia Surreal. She's being asked to pick it up, and she's responding. Snow Shark holding down 2nd over so much more, who will battle on for this play spot. Taking 4th on the outside was Karma Seelster. It appears they're racing for a place in this one. This is Gia Surreal. McClure on board for Lindsay to come home and win the Forest City Pace. Karma Seelster 2nd. The Barn Dogs watching somehow from last to 3rd. Dream Dancing 4th. Matching the track record for mares. 152-4. Gia Surreal. Ladies and gentlemen, a judge's inquiry. They will review the action by 1. The Barn Dogs watching through the first turn. They're also going to have a look as they turned for home. Hold all tickets till the result becomes official. All alone on the line. Gia Surreal here, matching the all-time track pacing record for age mares. It was 152-4, and she won going away in a smoke show. 2nd best was 7, Karma Seelster at 14-1. Number 1, the Barn Dogs watching, who made that break in the first turn, sat last, did come on for 3rd, though is the subject of a judge's inquiry, holding all tickets. So again, it's the Forest City Pace presented by Mac Lily Farms. Jeff Lilly representing Mac Lily Farms. Lots of friends and family members on hand for this presentation. Western Fair District CEO Reg Ash along for this as well. Racing manager Tony Elliott making his way back. Here's the unofficial winner. Coming back with caretaker Steve Davis. Steve Davis leading back Gia Surreal. She's the 6-year-old daughter of So Surreal out of Nancy Irene by Park Place. Owned by James Graham, Ed Perron, and Lee Winters. Bred in New York, trained by Don Lindsay, driven to win by Bob McClure. Gia Surreal matching the all-time track pacing record for age mares of 152 and 4. It's the beautiful blanket presentation. Thanks so much, Marta and Sophia, presenting the Forest City Pace Champion blanket to Gia Surreal, the favorite, getting it done for caretaker Steve Davis. Again, Bob McClure was on board for trainer Don Lindsay in the connections years. He's back half at 56 flat to match the track pacing record set by Camille 10 years ago, 152 and 4. Congratulations. Ongoing judges' inquiry. They are looking at one. The Barn Dogs watching the action there in the first turn. Looks like we'll have Robert Reed Jr. meeting up with a winning driver, Bob McClure, for some post-race thoughts. We'll stand by for that. Stand by for the result of the judges' inquiry. Already getting set to send things down. Judges say no violations by one to Barn Dogs watching. No violations by one. Robert Reed Jr. with Bob McClure.
In the winner's circle with Bob McClure aboard Gia Surreal in the Forest City Pace presented by McLely Farms. You know, I got to ask you, Bob, you know, you had your mind made up right off the gate there. Was that always the game plan going into this one?
She's just so handy. You know, at a track like this, you want to be able to take advantage of that. She drew good, so I'd say that was definitely plan A. Plan B, I think she would have taken that in stride too.
And you got, you know, rushed at one point by Snow Shark. Is that something that, you know, there's a quick reaction to? Like, do you feel it coming? Because, you know, I often wonder, you know, in a race like that, you're seeking opportunity for that one to blast like that. You know, what's going through your mind?
Well, I was definitely stealing some pretty cheap fractions for the caliber of mare, so I expected somebody to give her a pretty big run, but I should have had mine a little more ready. Snow Shark's very fast, so. But, you know, once I got mine started up, she just kind of rolls like a train, and she finished up real strong, so I was pretty confident at three-quarter pole.
And you've created some great relationships in this sport, you know, connections that you typically drive for, and Don Lindsay is one of them. You know, talk a bit about the importance of that for someone like yourself.
Oh, definitely. It's important, and Don's always been really good to me. We've got a pretty good working relationship, but he also does a really good job. So, you know, this is a big night. He's got two really nice horses. I knew coming here, you know, he was going to have them ready.
All right, and coming up next on the Camluck Classic, you've got the pole position with Poseidon Sealster. Will we expect to see a similar game plan with that one?
Oh, you certainly won't get away last.
All right, there you have it, folks. Bob McClure, winning driver aboard Gia Surreal in the Forest City Pace.
Wonderful. Gia Surreal, she paid $380. The exacta were $37.80. Dollar Try at $57.10. The Super for a buck, $474.90. The 20-cent Super worth $94.98. The Barn Dogs watching finished third and survived the judges' inquiry. Gia Surreal was a race winner And now a track record holder, matching Camille from 10 years ago, 152 and 4. Dream Dancing was 4. Snow Shark finished 6. She's None Better 5th. So Much More, 7th placed 8th for causing interference through the stretch. Karma Sealster was 2nd. Major League, 8th place, 7th. Fractions for that record-tying mile, 27 and 3, 56 and 4, 124 and 3. The mile, 152 and 4, matching the all-time track pacing record for aged mares. Top down, a 3-1-4, 6-5, 8-2, and 7. 11th and final up and coming. It's the $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. Exactor try. It's a super high five. $10,000 guaranteed pool on the non-jackpot high five. Pick the top 5 finishers. The pool will be paying out to any and all that do so. Minus the low takeout, they'll be paying out on the non-jackpot high five here. We're going to $10,000 a guaranteed pool up next for race 11. It'll come your way in about 10 minutes. Late double, late pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, Will Pays now being posted here. The post parade coming right up here for the $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farm. Stand by. If you happen to be with us on track, now's a great time to head on outside, catch this live post parade of the $150,000 Camluck Classic, a staggered post parade as we introduce all 8 starters and their accomplishments here competing in race number 11. Wonderful job by our parade marshal tonight. Thanks so much, Emma Christoforou, on board the Painted Pony. First on post parade with caretaker Glenn Lindsay, owned by Don Lindsay, Paul Kleinpaste, and Garth Bechtel of Ontario, along with William Alamchevik of New York. His quickest win on a half-miler came up on April 4th in the Borgata Series at Yonkers in 151. He's a career winner of $335,000 with a mark of 147.4, taken over the Big M in 2021. A product of Sealster Farms, he's trained by Don Lindsay, driven by Bob McClure. This will be the Raceway debut for one Poseidon Sealster. Caretaker Joe Tolino bringing out a recent purchase for Patrick Boris of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and now in the care of trainer Dr. Ian Moore. This is where his road begins to PEI's Gold Cup and Saucer in August. A winner of almost $600,000 with a mark of 149.4 over Harris, Philadelphia. This will be his first start for the new connections, but you can count on him being ready to battle. If there ever was a dark one in our signature event, this would be it. Tyler Moore driving number 2, Twin B, Tough Enough. Giselle Loader, the caretaker for number 3. This is for Let It Ride Stables and Frank Cannon of Florida, along with Diamond Creek Racing of Pennsylvania. He's the O'Brien Award 3-year-old Pacing Colt of the Year for 2020. He equaled the Yonkers 149-3 track record in one of his 3 open handicap victories there in 2021. Now a winner of $1.3 million, sporting a life best of 147-1 taken at the Meadows in 2021. Back in the care of Dr. Ian Moore, James McDonald on board, 3 tattoo artist. Sarah Anthon out with the next one, trained by Jeff Gillis for owner Mark Ford of New York. He has 6 victories already this season over the Yonkers half-miler, including the upset win in the $549,000 Borgata Series final, stopping the clock in 150-1. That was in late April. A winner of $740,000 life. His 150 flat career best win came at Yonkers last fall. A solid third in his Canadian debut, where he clocked a mile in 48-2. We'll welcome back driver Jordan Stratton on half-mile specialist for Fun at the Beach. Richard Ballou, the caretaker for the next one, owned by Adriano Sorello of Guelph, Ontario. He's a $1.6 million winner who matched his life mark of 148-1 in his latest start here in Ontario, where he now rides a 5-race win streak into preferred free-for-all ranks at Woodbine Mohawk Park. His fastest half-mile track victory came in the 2018 Messenger elimination over Yonkers. That was 150-3. An O'Brien Award 3-year-old Pacing Colt of the Year from 2018, trained by Richard Morrow, driven by Louis Philippe, Jimmy Freight. Tisha Symes out with the next one. Owned and bred by Sandra Burnett of Wilmington, Ohio. This Breeders' Crown Champ of 2021 is $1.2 million earned and sports a mark of 148 flat, taken over the 5/8 track of Dayton. His fastest half-mile track win was a 148-1 victory last season at Northfield. He would match the world record for 4-year-old pacers in doing so. Also setting a 151-1 world record on a half as a 2-year-old in 2018. He's for trainer Christy Pokarnowski. Jody Jameson, catch driving 6, Ocean Rock. Vanessa Hook coming out with the next one, owned by Brad Grant of Milton, Ontario. He's a winner of $1.4 million with a life best mark of 147, taking over the Big M at 3. He's a Breeders' Crown champion of 2019 over Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's also a co-holder of the 149-3 track record over Yonkers, and he can most certainly scoot around any half-mile track. It's going to be Travis Cullen aboard. Second time for trainer Richard Morrow, number 7, American History. Kelly McNiven, caretaker for the next one, owned by Burke Racing Stable and Weaver, Ruscemi LLC of Pennsylvania, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libya, Florida, and Lawrence Carr of New Jersey. He's the reigning half-mile track world champion, courtesy of a 147-3 life mark taken in the 2021 edition of the Battle of Lake Erie at Northfield Park in Cleveland, Ohio. The richest pacer of this field, $2.7 million earned for trainer Ron Burke, fresh off a 47-3 runner-up finish last Saturday at the Meadowlands. One of the best ever to sit behind a horse in London. Trevor Henry driving 8. This is the plan. That is your field, ladies and gentlemen, for the $150,000 Camluck Classic, presented by Sealster Farms. Of course, there's a winner's circle presentation to follow. You've got the exactor try, the super high five, guaranteed pool of $10,000 to think about, and number 3, Tattoo Artist, currently a 2-1 second choice. That's the one we're looking at right now. James McDonald, Robert Reed Jr. sending it on down to you. I'm at a gas. I got to rest up. I got to call a horse race in just a few moments. Take it away.
All right, no worries, Sugar. We got just a few minutes away for the big one, folks. The Camluck Classic, $150,000 on the line, and Tattoo Artist, my top selection in the race, looking sharp on the track right now. And look, Tattoo Artist is one that, last time at Mohawk Park, that was a pretty tough mile before getting picked up by Jimmy Freight just by 3/4 of a length, and paced his own mile in 48-2. And I just think he gets the edge here, kind of like the last race with Gia Surreal, that one having inside speed to work from. I think that Tattoo Artist in a similar spot here. I think he is the early speed of the race, and I think he's going to be able to, get out off the switch and go to the lead and be difficult to catch. And taking nothing away from Jimmy Freight and what he's done, he's been unbelievable as of late. And I think that, we talk about him being the best horse at Mohawk Park. I think maybe even beyond that, with the way he's been racing and the confidence that he's been showing on the racetrack, and just an unbelievable return, from the breeding shed, out of retirement, and now doing double duty for that one. And I think that certainly if he gets put in the right spot, he can get there. But I just think the Tattoo Artist might be tough to catch. And even you go back to that start 2 back, it might look a little bit underwhelming, that 4th place finish by 10 lengths, but you got a really bad trip in the final of the Borgata series, and one that I think that under different circumstances he would have performed much better in there. So for me, listen, I think Tattoo Artist is the one to catch in here, and the one to beat given the circumstances. But a close second for me is Jimmy Freight. Other ones in here, obviously you can't ignore the 8. This is the plan. Second tier for me is the big deterrent with this one. The horse is certainly good enough. He's got Trevor Henry aboard. He comes from solid connections. And again, the issue for me in a race like this, sometimes the trailing post is a real difficult spot to leave from, because not only do you have to have speed in front of you, which he does have with Poseidon Sealster, but the outside horses are going to come crashing down early, and he might just kind of get lost in the mix, and he's got to avoid getting locked in. So for me, this is the plan. I mean, 7-1, certainly an overland one that was 2-1 in the morning line, but I just have a hard time visualizing how he gets the job done. But I do think he's got a chance to land somewhere on the ticket. I've got him slotted in the 3rd spot. The 6, Ocean Rock, interesting one for me.
obviously the Breeders' Crown champion last year and now returning off a long layoff, but does have, some rock-solid qualifiers to his credit. 6-1 on the board right now, taking support. I mean, for me, it's a tricky post, and what's the trip going to look like? So I would say 6-1's a little bit of a short price on the 6 Ocean Rock, but certainly one that's, made $1.2 million in his career and has got enough accolades that you've got to consider him.
Just joining you here now, Robert. I mean, Ocean Rock, how's this for a season debut, taking on some of the best in North America?
Yeah, and listen, kudos to the team here putting together an amazing field. I mean, it really is. When I started to hear some of the horses that, were trying to get and lobbying to get, I really was hoping it would come to fruition, and it did. I mean, you've got some absolute killers in here, and there's a lot of early speed as well. I mean, I think Tattoo Artist gets to the lead, but it's not going to be an easy feat.
This we do know. They can match track record speed this evening, as seen by Gia Surreal 152 and 4. Now, I mentioned in the driver intros, Rock and Ron 150 and 3. It was actually 150 and 1. That is our overall track record. 150 and 1 by Rock and Ron. And you know what? There's not a whole lot of there's not a breeze really in the air. There's just a slight breeze, but the temperature's all right, hey?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, we just saw it get equaled. I mean, listen, it's going to be a tough feat, but we've got some good horses in here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it.
Alrighty, it appears the starter has called for the horses. Wonderful job, Robert, setting up the $150,000 Camluck Classic, presented by Sealster Farms, The Gates Moving, Poseidon Sealster, Bob McClure, a Twin Be Tough Enough, Tyler Moore, Tattoo Artist, James McDonald, Fun at the Beach, Jordan Stratton, Jimmy Frade, Louis Philippe, Ocean Rock, Jody Jameson, American History, Travis Cullen, back tier. This is the plan. Trevor Henry, the starting gate, picks up speed for the $150,000 Camluck Classic, presented by Sealster Farms. They're off, and it's on. Poseidon Sealster with the rail advantage got out there first. Next door in second is Tattoo Artist, traveling into third. Ocean Rock with early speed gets a big 3-hole to open up. They straighten for the backside run. Tattoo Artist, James McDonald wants this one on the point, and at 4-5 he's got him there going on hold. Poseidon Sealster at 25-1 is going to sit second. Here's the quarter mile bullet. 26-1. Tattoo Artist on top by 2. It's Poseidon Sealster in second. Ocean Rock right on the bit there in third, staying in fourth. Twin Be Tough Enough out and rolling fifth. Jimmy Frade is on the outside. That's cover for This Is the Plan. Fun at the Beach is next to last. The earliest trailer is American History. It's going to be 4 in. It's going to be 4 out with 1 lap to go in the Camluck. Tattoo Artist right on the bit here for McDonald. Second best Poseidon Sealster. It's Jimmy Frake going to the Jets here with just over 3/8 left to go. The half clocked up in 55-1. Tattoo Artist down the backside. Second and final time. Jimmy Frake battles on with Poseidon Sealster for the deuce. Holding down fourth is Ocean Rock. This is the plan. Gapped on the cover. Fun at the Beach is out there in the 3 wide side. Twin Be Tough Enough. American History 3/4 over there in 123-1. Here's the matchup going eyeball to eyeball. Tattoo Artist, Jimmy Frey, Poseidon Sealster is traveling third. Up on the wide side fourth. Fun at the Beach into the stretch. They're going to settle it here. And now Jimmy Frey, Tattoo Artist, Jimmy Frey to the outside. Jimmy Frey, raw on for Morrow and Sorella 150-2. Tattoo Artist was second. Poseidon Sealster, then Fun at the Beach. Twin Be Tough Enough. Ocean Rock. This is the plan. American History. Oh, Jimmy Freight. Jimmy Freight winning in 150-2. The $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. Unofficial winner number 5, Jimmy Freight. Over 3, Tattoo Artist. Then the 1, Poseidon Sealster. 4, Fun at the Beach, and 6, Ocean Rock. 5, 3, 1, 4, and 6 for the high five. Back to victory lane. Jimmy Freight meeting up with winning caretaker Richard Ballou. Jimmy Freight, 7-year-old stallion son of sports writer. Head of All-American Summer by Western Ideal. First 6 in a row in Ontario. Owned by Adriano Sorella of Guelph, trained by Richard Moreau. Louis Philippois on board for this first up victory. 150-2, just a tick off the track record of 150-1 set by Rockin' Ron. Jimmy Freight is coming back here off of 5 straight victories in the preferred and free-for-all ranks of Woodbine Mohawk Park. The spoils of victory, including the beautiful Camluck Classic blanket, and Stratman of Sealster Farms, as well as Western Fair District CEO Reg Ash, racing manager Tony Elliott. On hand here to congratulate the winning connections. Jimmy went to the Jets just after the half mile, and he rose to the occasion tonight to win the Camluck Classic in 150-2. Congratulations. Exciting horse race. When they hooked up at 3/4, Tattoo Artist and Jimmy Freight, that was the battle. Eyeballing each other through the final turn. Jimmy Freight settled this one in the stretch. Gets up to win in the final strides here as the second choice at 2-1 to take the $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. All right, there's the winning connections with Jimmy Freight. Thumbs up from winning owner Adriano Sorella. Louis Philippois, all smiles. Caretaker Richard. Wonderful time in the winner's circle here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. We'll have a winner's circle interview, I'm sure, with Robert Reed Jr. It's now official. Poseidon Sealster was 3rd. Twinbee Tough Enough 6th. A Tattoo Artist was 2nd. Fun at the Beach 4th. Jimmy Freight was your race winner. Ocean Rock 5th. American History 8th. This is the Plan finished 7th. 26-1. 55-1. 123-1, the mile 150-2, just 1/5 of a second off our all-time track pacing record set by Rockin' Ron and Louis Philippois just a few years ago. So again, Robert Reed Jr. down in victory lane. We'll have some comments from winning driver Louis Philippois. An exciting victory. An exciting battle as they picked it up at 3/4, Tattoo Artist versus Jimmy Freight. And again, we'll send it down to Robert Reed Jr. with a winning driver, Louis Philippois. That was quite a horse race.
In the winner's circle with a very happy Louis Philippois, Camluck Classic winner aboard Jimmy Freight, and that was one heck of a horse race. I mean, they threw it down out there, Jimmy Freight and Tattoo Artist. What did it look like from your perspective?
Well, that just proved that horse, he can do whatever you want. So having that asset, you got some horses in here that they just like to race on the front. So they were trying to do that and maybe torching a little bit each other. I was just happy the way it was going. I thought at some point I might be second over if Jody was going to move, but I didn't care being first up just because that's the type of horse he is. He doesn't care whatever you get him to work through. I just know the feeling going at the 3/4. I knew it was a winner by then. I told James Down, here comes the train, and they just laughed, Bob and him, after the race.
Oh, wow. That's, the sheer domination by Jimmy Freight in the preferred and the free-for-all at Mohawk Park, is that what really just gave you the confidence coming into this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know the horse pretty much. I drove him at 3, I drove him at 4, and the way he was racing lately, I've never seen him that strong and, just confident so much. You could do, people that I've watched the last time he raced in Mohawk, came back 51-4, his own back half, 25-1 in the end. That just proved you all the horse is so incredible. So I just got the luck to sit behind him.
And what were the thoughts that you had when you heard he was going to come out of retirement? Did you think that he could come back anything close to what he is right now?
Well, actually, we've been talking about it with Adriano once in a while for almost a year, and I told him, the thing I like about it is that when he retired, he was perfectly sound. So, some horses, they have to retire. You see that sometimes they won't even race at 4 because they have some issues. That horse has been sound forever since I drove him. So I told him, I don't know what's the future. I can't tell. I haven't seen that much often horse being that way for 2 years. But the good thing is that he was sound when he retired. Should be sound when he come back. And we were a little bit skeptic after his first shoe start, because he had a lot of good training miles, and we were expecting him to be kind of ready, but they just need to race to be ready when they've been off for that long.
And, one tick off the track record here, you were aboard Rock and Ron, for that mile. I got to ask you, though, where does Jimmy Freight rank for horses that you've driven in your career?
Oh, he's my favorite horse for sure. He's the first good horse that I've been driving on Grand Circuit and been competitive, and he made $1.6 million, maybe $1.7 million now, I don't know. But most of it, I was sitting behind him, so he definitely is my top horse. And tonight was the best feeling I've ever had in a race when he went by and crossing the wire first.
Right. Well, thank you, Louis. Congratulations. Louis-Philippe Roy, your winning driver of the Camluck Classic 2022 aboard Jimmy Freight.
Wonderful. There you have it, folks. Louis-Philippe Roy, the best feeling he ever had was going by the finish line here aboard Jimmy Freight, who just went over $1.7 million in career earnings for winning the $150,000 Camluck Classic presented by Sealster Farms. The price is $6.20 to win for Jimmy Freight. The exacta were $13.30. A dollar try, $66.50. The high five, 20 center, $114.46. The late double, $10.50. The pick 3 come back at $3.68. The pick 4 for $1, $56.95. The pick 5 for 20 cents and $19.30. And again, the rundown from the top: a 3, 6, 2, 4, 1, 5, 8, and 7. And again, just missing the overall track record set by Rock and Ron just a few years ago with Louis-Philippe Roy. That was 150-1 tonight. Jimmy Freight, the train, stops the clock in 150-2. Thanks so much for joining us for this year's edition of the Camluck Classic signature event here at the Raceway. Total wager $794,000. Thanks so much for a wonderful show on track to our horse people, a fabulous show out there. And again, to those of you that come out to support this on-track event, thanks so much for being here. Those that played on-track and off, online, HBI Bet, TVG, thanks so much for being with us this evening. We're not done yet. It's not our season finale just yet. We are back on Monday and Tuesday evening, 5:50 start times. Your free programs, selections for Monday and Tuesday available on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Again, we thank you so much, horse people, the players, the fans here, for supporting this event. A great night, and the weather, it held off great, right? You know, we had a severe thunder shower around 5:30, but that was it. The track held up great all night, as you saw, quick miles throughout the evening. So, again, thanks so much for joining us tonight from the Eye and the London Sky. I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great weekend. We'll talk to you again on Monday.